we're back, and we have one more chapter. It's already painful. Anywho, we shall read this final chapter, take a break, and hopefully we can do a lot of art afterwards. Today has been not actually really crazy, but definitely, phew. Eesh. Alright, hold on a quick second, guys. Looks like something's happening. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Just have to set the thing up real quick, and then... You know, I'm serious. I genuinely have to look up for one of the streams what Quabits is, because I don't remember. I don't remember what it is. If we don't... You know what? We're just gonna leave that the mystery. That's the mystery of Quabits. We don't know what Quabits are. We just know that we must have them. Hello, quarantine. How is thou's day? How art's thou's day? And I gotta leave again because... Okay, we're back. Alright. So I just had to leave real quick. Alright, so. I'll have to start eventually. Kinda Hey, sometimes days are just like that. Days where it's just like boredom. or days where it's just like meh and all that type of stuff. So let's we got chapter, I'm actually kind of grateful that I got chapter 11 done yesterday. Oh man, I would have been in so much pain today. Alright, so we are on the final chapter, thankfully, and it is chapter 12. So let us begin, everyone, and then we'll finally be able to draw after all this time. As discussed in Chapter 6, a database is a collection of related data that is stored and organized in a manner that enables information to be retrieved as needed. Database software, more formally called a database management system, DBMS, is used to create, maintain, and access a database. A DBMS also controls the organization of the data and protects the integrity and the security of the data, so it is entered accurately into the database and then protected against both internal and accidental damage. While batch processing can be used with databases, most database applications today occur in real time. A key component in a DBMS is the database engine, the part of the program that actually stores and retrieves data. In addition to the database engine, most DBMSs come bundled with a set of tools to perform a variety of necessary tasks, such as creating forms used to input data and reports used to output data, and interfacing with query languages and programming languages for complex applications. Programming languages typically used with databases today include Python, Java, and C#, although some older legacy database systems still use COBOL. A database typically consists of interrelated tables that contain fields and records. As discussed in Chapter 6, a field, also called a column, holds a single category of data such as customer names or employee phone numbers that will be stored in a database. A record, also called a row, is a collection of related fields. The technical difference between the terms row and record in database terminology is that a row is contained within a single database table, and a record is a collection of fields, which can be either a specific row from a single table or a collection of related fields from multiple tables, such as the records shown in the results of the order request screen in blank and discussed next. However, in this chapter, it is common, as in common usage, the two terms are used interchangeably. To illustrate these concepts, a simplified example of a possible relational database, the type of database most likely used at the present time, so shown next, blah blah blah. Blank illustrates, and you know what? I said I kind of was gonna do. You know what? Yeah, let's read whatever blank, what blah blah, and all that stuff I keep skipping over is. Figure 11-1 illustrates an inventory system of a ski equipment retailer. The tables shown in the figure contain data related to the retailer's products. The product table for product descriptions and selling prices, the inventory table, the current stock level of products, and the inventory on order table for future shipments of products that have been ordered from suppliers. Each table consists of several fields, columns, and records, rows. The product table, for example, contains 4 fields: product number, product name, supplier, and price, and 5 records, one each for skis, boots, poles, bindings, and wax. Each record in the product table contains data for each of the 4 fields. The inventory table contains the 3 fields and 5 records. The inventory on order table contains 4 fields and 6 records. To keep this example simple, the table contains data from customers and their orders. Customer tables and order tables, respectively, are not shown, and the skis, boots, and poles are not itemized by size. Real-world databases typically consist of many more tables than are used in this example, each containing thousands of records. For example, imagine that you are the sales manager of this company, and a customer calls on the phone and wants to order 160 pairs of ski boots. First, you need to find out if the order can be filled from stock currently in inventory. If it cannot, you will need if not, you need to know how long it will be before enough stock is available to fill the order. Using your computer, you execute the appropriate command to display an order request screen and enter the product number A211 and the order size 160 as shown in figure 11-1. The DBMS then displays the name of the product's boots, in this example, the current level of the stock in the inventory, 90, and as many upcoming shipments of this product, 50 and 60, as needed to fill the order. It also provides an estimate as to when the order can be filled, January 12th. Within seconds, right in front of you, you have the information you need to respond to the customer's request and close the order. In the relational database, data from several tables is tied together, related, using fields in that table. Using fields that the tables have in common so that the information can be extracted from multiple tables as needed. For instance, in figure 11-1, data from all three tables was pulled together through a common product number field, the green shaded column, to complete the order request screen shown in that figure. Specifically, the product table was first assessed to locate and display the product name. Why am I yawning? I barely touched this chapter. It's already boring me to death. I was trying to figure. Specifically, the product table was first assessed to locate and display the product name. Next, the inventory table was used to determine the number of boots currently in stock. And finally, the inventory on order table was used to look up and display the quantities and delivery dates for as many incoming shipments as needed to get a total of at least 160 boots. The end user is typically not aware that multiple tables are being used or of the relationship between tables. Instead, the user knows only that the information is somewhere in the database system. It is retrieved and displayed when requested. The field in the table that is used to relate that table to other tables is called the primary key. The primary key must uniquely identify each record in that table, which means that no two records within a table can have the same value in the primary key field. To ensure the uniqueness of the primary key, it usually consists of an identity number, such as a student ID number, customer number, or product number. For example, in figure 12-1, the product number field is the primary key field for the product and inventory tables, and the order number field is the primary key field in the inventory on order table. Order table. When selecting a primary key field, it is important to pick a field that contains unique data that is not likely to change. Consequently, fields containing names, phone numbers, and addresses are poor choices for primary keys. Although phone numbers and complete addresses are unique, they may change and will not necessarily always be associated with the original and individual. So what is the class actually supposed to teach you? It's supposed to get me into computer science. So basically, this is the entry class. They gotta teach you computer science and all that stuff, so that you know what a computer is. Then, after you complete the class, you get to go to the coding classes. That is pretty much what this class is. A blockade. Although phone numbers and incomplete addresses are unique, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it is a not needed class. You know good and well it's not needed. If anything, like, I could understand if, like, we were going to at least do basic, like, learning basic code, which we are. We are going to actually learn, like, this, like, basic code, but, like, not enough. Not enough to do this. Because we're not gonna do just coding, we're gonna do a little bit of coding, a little bit of, what are some of these classes what we're doing? What is it? We're gonna do some coding, a little bit of coding, some small basic coding, some Python coding, some Java, I don't remember if it was Java or JavaScript, some spreadsheets. Yeah, those are so needed. But after that, we stop reading, so yay. And then I get my break, but not really, because I still got stuff to do during my break. But I get to stream with you guys at least for some of those days. While not most complex database systems will have multiple interrelated tables, you can create a database that does not interrelate tables, or you can create a database that has only a single table, if that's appropriate for your application. DBMSs available for use or personal computers, including Microsoft Access, OpenOffice Base, and Corel Paradox, part of the Microsoft Office. Microsoft Pistachio, OpenOffice, and WordPerfect Office software suites, respectively. Of these, Access is the most widely used. For more comprehensive enterprise database, Oracle Database, IBM DB2, Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, or other more robust DBMS systems may be used instead. Bored with class instructions. My first comp class was live coding in Scratch. Got with class instructions and wrote a maze game that is endless and non-repeating. Bored with class instructions. That sounds about right. Don't worry, Music Boy, I'm gonna be like you someday. And I'm gonna learn to code, but I'm gonna learn to code games, so maybe it's not the same. It's definitely not the same. I'm gonna take security class. I'm gonna put security cameras in my games, and you think there's security cameras in the games, but they actually watch people in real life. Why do I want to do that? It's because I have no life. Yes, it's because I have no life. To be effective, data in a DBMS must be initially entered into the database, updated as necessary to stay current, and then retrieved in the form of information. Consequently, virtually all DBMSs include a user interface for easy data input, modification, and retrieval. There must also be a way for the database to be backed up and protected against unauthorized access. The individuals most often involved with creating, using, managing, and protecting a DBMS are described next. Okay. As the name suggests, the database designer is the individual responsible for designing a database. Because data and databases are so critical in business today, it is essential for database designers works with system and other individuals involved in the system development lifecycle, SDLC, to identify the type of data to be collected, the relationship among the data, the types of output required, and other factors that affect the design of the database, and then they design the database accordingly. These individuals are also sometimes called data architects, database engineers, and database analysts. Database developers create the actual database based on the design generated by the database designer and get get it ready for data entry. This process includes setting up the database structure and creating the user interface, typically using the tools included with the DBMS. Many databases also require custom programs used to access the database or to tie the database to other applications, such as to a website for an e-commerce application. Creating these programs, when needed, is the job of the database programmer. Sometimes the user interface is also built using a programming language that when very specific requirements exist. For some organizations, one individual may be both the database developer and database programmer. He or she may function as the database designer as well. Database administrators, DBAs, are the people responsible for managing the databases within an organization. They perform regular maintenance, assign and monitor user access to the database, monitor the performance of the database system, perform backups, and carry out other necessary maintenance and security duties. Database administrators also work closely with database designers, developers, and programmers to ensure that the integrity and security of the data will remain intact when the new system is designed or changes are made to an existing system. The DBA also periodically runs reports and checks the data in the database to confirm that the structural integrity of the data is intact. Database integrity and security are discussed later in this chapter. The users are the individuals who enter data, update data, and retrieve information from the database when necessary. That is, the individuals who use the database. Typically, users have no knowledge of how the underlying database is structured, how data is organized, or how data is retrieved. Instead, they interact with the database via a user interface consisting of menus, buttons, and fill-in-the-blank forms, such as the order request screen shown in Figure 11-1. The databases have evolved dramatically since the 1960s. This evolution has occurred in response to our increased reliance on information systems, advances in programming languages, the need to store and retrieve a variety of complex data, such as multimedia objects, digital images, video files, and audio files, and so forth, and the vast use of databases on the web. The most significant advances in database can be summarized primarily in terms of their organization of data and access to data. The organization of data has evolved from a collection of independent flat files with tree or branching structures and high levels of data redundancy to a collection of tables and objects that support multimedia objects with a minimum of data redundancy to databases that can be reviewed from a variety of perspectives or dimensions. A summary of this evolution is shown in Figure 12-3. The models and relationships listed in the figure are discussed in more detail in this chapter. Because a DBMS can pull data out of more than one table at a time, compared with a file management system that can only work with one table at a time, as discussed in there is a very low level of redundancy in the tables in a DBMS database. In fact, often only a single field, the primary key, appears in more than one file. This low level of redundancy has several advantages. For instance, a DBMS database typically has a faster response time and lower storage requirements than a file management system, and it is easier to secure. In addition, data accuracy is increased because updates, such as an address change for a customer, are only made to a single table, cutting down on the possibility of data errors and inconsistencies that occur when the same update has to be made manually to multiple tables, such as when using a file management system. One of the most significant disadvantages of a DBMS approach is increased vulnerability. Because the data in the database is highly integrated, the potential for data loss, for example, if records or tables are accidentally deleted, the system fails, or the database the database is breached is much greater. Consequently, security and backup procedures are an extremely important part of using a DBMS, as discussed in more detail shortly. I learned how to code before taking any comp classes. That's why I got bored in that class. I already knew Python at that point. I was big nerd as a kid and learned how to hack school computers. I wish I was me. Maybe I would breeze through maybe I wouldn't even take this class. I would already be making games. That's pretty much what I want to do anyway. Should have taken the opportunity when I was 16, because I was actually given the opportunity to learn coding, but because I didn't really know where to start, despite the books being in front of me, which weren't even bigger books like this. Hindsight's 2020. Data is frequently considered to be one of an organization's most valuable assets. Without it, businesses would find it impossible to perform some of their most basic activities. Data is also the heart of the database. Consequently, its concepts and characteristics need to be understood in order to fully design, create, and use a database. Some of the most important concepts and characteristics are discussed in the following sections. Data in a database has a defined hierarchy. At the lowest level, characters are entered into data fields, columns, which hold single pieces of data in the database, such as product names and quantities. At the next level are records, rows, groups of related fields, such as all the fields for a particular product. At the next level are tables, which are made of related records. At the top of the hierarchy is the database, which consists of a group of related tables. An entity is something such as a person, object, or event of importance to the business or organization. When an entity is something that a business or an organization wants to store data about in a database system, is typically becomes a database table. The characteristics of an entry are called attributes. For instance, if a business collects data from customers, then customer is an entity. Possible customer attributes are last name, first name, phone number, address, and so forth. Attributes typically become fields in the entity's database table. A relationship describes an association between two or more entities. The three basic entity relationships are discussed next. To be honest, my school is dumb. The IT department locks all firewalls off with admin password. My security professor started laughing when I told him that. That's funny. Listen, it's not that they're dumb, it's just that you're smarter with computers. Let's be real here. Let's be real here. You got some people who are like programming at 6 nowadays. 6 years old, 6-year-old programmers. We got 6-year-old programmers nowadays. It's not that they were dumb, you were just smarter. One-to-one entity relationships exist when one entity is related to only one other entity of a particular type. For example, if a business has multiple store locations and each store has a single manager, the relationship between store and manager is a one-to-one relationship. For each store location, you can determine the appropriate manager. For each manager, you can identify his or her store. In this type of relationship, each record in the table belonging to the first entity can have only one matching record in the table belonging to the second entity. This type of relationship is not common, however, because all the data would typically be located in a single table instead of creating a separate table, such as one table for stores and one for managers in this example for each entity. I don't even remember what I said. I teach some of them. Yeah. Listen. Better to teach them than to not teach at all. One-to-many entity relationships are the most common and exist when one entity can be related to more than one other entity. For example, if a supplier supplies more than one product to the company, the relationship between the supplier and products is O:(M). colon M relationship, and the O supplier would have a single entry. I ate something good earlier. Unfortunately, it's attacking me in trying to make me sleepy. Relationship in the supplier would have a single entry of the supplier table but would appear multiple times in the product table. Consequently, if the specific product number is known, its supplier can be determined easily. But if the supplier is known, a single if the supplier is known though? If the specific number is known, the supplier is determined easily. If the supplier is known, a single product. If the supplier is unknown, a single product number cannot be identified. I don't know. Many-to-many entity relationships exist when one entity can be related to more than one other entity, and these entities can be related to multiple entities of the same type as the original entity. For example, if an order can contain multiple products and one product can appear on many orders, the relationship between orders and products is an M:M relationship. If an MM relationship. If an order number is known, a single corresponding product number cannot be identified. And if a product number is known, a single corresponding order cannot be identified. Consequently, this type of relationship requires a third table, such as an order detail table used in conjunction with an order table and a product table to tie the two tables together. Data definition involves describing the properties of the data that go into each database table, specifically the fields that make up the database. During the data definition process, the following are applied for each field. Name, data type, description, properties. The properties that can be set for a field depend on the data type being used for that field. For instance, the field using the short text data type, the field size indicates the number of characters that may be entered into that field. For a number of fields, the field size typically indicates how much the storage space in bytes can be used for each entry and if decimal places are allowed. For instance, the field size integer of number fields in Microsoft Access can hold any number from negative 32 32,786 to positive 32,777. No. Positive 32,767. The long integer field size can be used for number fields that will score longer integers. If a field needs to store decimal places, the double or decimal field sizes can be used instead. Feels like I'm not at my best with reading this today. The finished specifications of for a table, including the fields and properties of those fields, are commonly referred to as the table structure. For example, the structure of the inventory table from figure 12-1, sometimes shown being created in Microsoft Access in figure 12-4, consists of three main fields: product number, stock number, and on order ? And on order? The product number field contains the text character-based data, so the short text field type is assigned to the product number field. A field size of 4 is specified in this field's properties because the product number from this business consists of 4 characters, 1 letter followed by 3 numbers. The current stock field contains numeric data that must be integers, have no decimal places, because stock is contained in product units. Consequently, the number data type and the long integer field size are assigned to this field. The on order field is this table. In this table is specified as a yes/no field. Fields using the data type containing a value representing true. Hold on, everybody. I gotta do something real quick. took a bit. I did not mean to be gone for that long. But hey, that's just how it is sometimes. So let's continue. Alright, true. Yes, Y for yes, or a checkbox, depending on the program being used, or a value representing false, typically entered by the user as an F for false, N for no, or an unchecked box. In the inventory table, the product that is on order is given the value true. The product on the order has the value false. A product not on order, it has the value false. Other properties that can be assigned to the field include an input manager to specify the format, such as letters, numbers, and symbols, that must be entered into the field whether or not the field is required. If so, it cannot be left blank, and any validation rules, specifically allowable values for the field, such as a certain range of numeric values or a numeric field or a particular data range for a data field, needed to ensure only valid data is entered into the field. If data typed into a field does not match the data type or the input mask for the field, violates a validation rule, or is blank when the field is required, the record will not be added to the table until the error is connected. As discussed shortly, the additional properties assigned to the product number field in the inventory table shown in figure 12-4 include an input mask of L000 to ensure that only product numbers that fit this pattern, one letter followed by 3 numbers, are entered into the product number field, and the field is specified as required. BEMS designed for use with larger computer systems usually include a special language component component dedicated to the data application process. Such languages have generally come to be known as data definition languages, DDLs. In addition to simply defining data, a major function of the DDLs in these language packages is security, protecting the database from unauthorized use. Data security is discussed in more detail shortly. The data dictionary contains all data definitions of the database, including table structure containing the names, types, and properties of each field in the table, security information such as the password needed to view or edit a table, relationships between the tables in the database, and so on. Also included in the data dictionary is basic information about each table, such as its current number of records. The data dictionary does not contain any of the data located in the database tables, only data called metadata about the database tables. Usually the data dictionary file is created automatically by the DBMS, as the structure of each database table is defined and is accessed only by the DBMS, not by the end user. The data dictionary is used by the DBMS as data is being entered into the table to ensure that the data does not violate any of the assigned properties. For example, the data dictionary would not allow you to enter a 7-character product number in a product number field that is defined as 4 characters long. It would not allow you to type text-based data into a field defined as a number field, and it would not allow you to leave a required field blank. In addition, without the proper password, the data dictionary would not allow you to view password-protected data. Consequently, these measures can be used to increase data integrity, security, and privacy, which is discussed next. Because the data is so essential to an organization, data integrity and data security are very important issues. Although data integrity and security have always been high priority database issues, there has been increased attention paid to those issues recently due to the vast number of database security breaches that have occurred in the past few years, as well as the ongoing creation of national databases containing sensitive data, such as healthcare information. The total destruction of the computer containing containing a crucial database as well as the threat of unauthorized access and data alteration of a vital database system is being viewed as much more real possibility than just a few years ago. There is also increased regulations for database security, such as the updated Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS, that requires security checks on all databases containing credit card data, as well as require companies to ensure that any third party that they deal with, such as web hosting providers, have proper controls in place for securing credit card data. Consequently, many businesses and government organizations are evaluating their data integrity and security methods and improving them. If needed, database privacy is also of increasing concern to businesses and many individuals, as database breaches are becoming more frequent and as governments are increasingly implementing new data privacy legislations and regulations. Data integrity refers to the accuracy of data. The long-standing computer saying garbage in, garbage out is very appropriate for database systems. The quality of the information generated from a database is only as good as the accuracy of the data contained in the database, although it is possible to generate poor information from quality data, such as making poor assumptions or using poor data analysis. It is virtually impossible to generate quality information from inaccurate data because so many important decisions are based on information generated by information systems, which almost always use some type of database. Data integrity is a vital concern for organizations. Responsible, reliable employees at the data entry level, teamed with good data validation methods, can increase the accuracy of the data in a database. Data validation refers to the process of ensuring that the data entered into a database is valid. That is, it matches the specific data type, format, and allowable value for each field. As previously discussed and shown in Figure 12-4, input mask and validation rules and validation rules can be assigned to a field to ensure the data is entered in a specific specified format and meets the specified criteria. Record validation rules can also be assigned to a table when appropriate. These rules are checked after all fields in a record are completed, but before the record is saved. Record validation rules are used when the value of one field in the record needs to be checked against another field in that same record to be sure it is valid, such as to ensure a ship date isn't earlier than the order date. As previously discussed, the data dictionary is responsible for comparing all data entered into a table with a designated requirement and only allows data to be entered into a database table if it follows the specified rules. If invalid data is supplied, such as text in a number field or a negative number in a field of a validation rule of greater than equals 0, as in Figure 12-5, a message will usually display on screen, and the record is not entered into the database table until all fields contain valid data. In some systems, data integrity is enforced on a per transaction basis. This means that if invalid data is supplied and not corrected at some point during the steps necessary to enter a complete transaction into the system, then the entire transaction will fail, not just the one step of the transaction. This ensures that a complete, valid transaction is always entered into the system at one time, and that the database is never left with just one piece of a transaction completed, even if multiple tables will be affected by the transaction. Users will not be able to see the changes made due to that transaction until the transaction is committed. That is, until all steps in the transaction are deemed valid and the appropriate changes are made to all the affected tables. Once the transaction has been contained, all changes pertained to the transaction become visible in all corresponding tables at the same time, because different users and applications may be trying to change the same data at the same time. It is important that a database be able to temporarily lock data that is being accessed so that no other changes can be made to the data until the first user or application is finished. For example, going back to the inventory database scenario shown in figure 12-1, assume that while the sales manager is working on the order for the 160 boots using information pulled from the inventory and inventory on order tables, another person in the sales department gets a request for 75 of the same boots. If the database does not lock the pertinent tables while they are being accessed, both of these employees can sell the same 75 in-stock boots to different customers at the same time. This potential problem can be avoided if database locking is used. Databases often support various types of locking, such as row level. Row level? Really? Alright, fine. Row level locking, in which an entire table row is locked when any part of that record is being modified, and the column level locking in, which the table column involved in the changes is locked until the changes in that field have been completed. Because large databases are typically used by numerous people, they are valuable to security problems, both from outside hackers and internal users. For example, a hacker may attempt to access a database to steal credit card data, an unscrupulous employee may attempt to alter payroll data, or a careless employee may accidentally delete a record or an entire database file. Data security refers to protecting the data against destruction and misuse, both intentional and accidental. Data security is a growing challenge for many organizations as they are finding the need to grant increased access to company databases to both employees and outsiders. In addition, whether hosted in the cloud or on a company server, most databases are vulnerable to hackers. Data security involves both protecting against unauthorized access to and unauthorized use of the database, as well as preventing data loss. External security measures such as firewalls and proper access controls, as discussed in Chapter 9, can be used to protect against outside access to a company network and database. In addition to using an access control system, such as usernames and passwords, to limit database access to authorized users, the database administrator may also assign specific access privileges, such as whether the user can only read data, can add data, can modify data, and so forth, to specific individuals or groups of individuals. Similarly, sensitive data such as salaries can be hidden from view so that only certain users of the database are able to retrieve it or modify it. These privileges are usually incorporated into the data dictionary and are enforced by the DBMS to ensure only authorized individuals are permitted to view and change data. One emerging data security risk is the exploitation of known or unpatched vulnerabilities by the hackers. That is, hackers breaching a not yet patched system through a vulnerability that has been made public via the release of a new database patch. Because many organizations do not install patches immediately, in fact, a 90-day patch cycle is not uncommon, and because code specifically written to exploit a newly discovered vulnerability is often posted to the website by hackers within hours of when the database patch designed to fix that vulnerability is released, there is often ample time for a criminal to access a database via a known vulnerability before the database is patched. In addition to installing patches as soon as they become available, actively monitoring databases for unusual activity and unauthorized access, as well as inadequately locking down data at the database level, can help avoid these types of database breaches. Database vulnerability access assessment tools can also be used to detect security weaknesses, such as unpatched vulnerabilities and weak passwords, that an attacker can exploit. For instance, the database activity monitoring, the DAM, program shown in figure 11-6 monitors a Database continually to detect and report possible intrusions, vulnerabilities, and other threats in real time. It also updates its knowledge base of known database security threats automatically to protect against new threats as they become known. To avoid security problems at the application level, some companies use scanning tools during software development to locate and plug security holes in application software while it is being developed. Being developed instead of after it has been deployed. Deployed. Stronger database encryption tools are also being integrated into DBMS, as well as being integrated into standalone database encryption software to protect against data loss caused by a database failure, an accidental deletion, or another problem that renders the main copy of the database unusable. Stringent backup procedures should be implemented to protect against data loss due to disasters such as a hard drive failure or the total destruction of the facility due to a fire, flood, or other disaster. Appropriate disaster recovery procedures should be used. Possible precautions include keeping a redundant copy of the database on a mirrored drive, backing up the data on a very frequent at very frequent intervals of an off-site location, and having a comprehensive disaster recovery plan as discussed in Chapter 9. A company that stores data about individuals is responsible for protecting the privacy of that data. Data privacy is a growing concern because of the vast amount of personal data stored in databases today and the many database privacy breaches that are occurring. Because nearly every state requires businesses to notify individuals when their personal data has been lost or exposed to outsiders, data breaches can be costly. In addition to potential loss of customers, costs include printing and postage for notifications to potential loss of notification letters, legal counsel's offers to appease customers such as free credit monitoring for a period of time, and potential lawsuit settlements. A recent estimate of the cost of a data breach in the United States is more than $200 per compromised record, for an average total cost of $6.5 million per data breach. What is it? We'll probably watch it in the future, but there's this guy, it's this whole VTech disaster. I think that's the best example of a data breach that was just so bad. The VTech disaster. To protect the privacy of collected data, companies should first make sure that all data they are collecting and storing is in fact necessary, and then they need to evaluate their data security measures to ensure that the data is adequately protected. Additional data privacy issues were discussed in Chapter 9. Virtually all databases are organized in some manner to facilitate the retrieval of information. Arranging data for efficient retrieval is called data organization. Most methods of data organization use a primary key to identify the location of records so they can be retrieved when needed. The use of primary key and data organization methods allow a specific record to be efficiently located, regardless of the actual order of the records. The records are stored in the table. The two most common types of data organization used today, indexed and direct, are discussed next. Both are frequently used with real-time transaction processing, in which records are accessed and updated as transactions occur. An older type of data organization is sequence organization, in which the order of the records is physically based on the contents of the key field. Sequenced organization is designed to use both batch processing using a sequential access medium such as magnetic tape, and so is not frequently used today. With index organization, an index is used to keep track of where data is stored in the database. An index is a small table consisting only of the primary key field and the location information for each record. For example, the customer table shown in figure 12-7 uses the customer number field as the primary key, so the index for the customer table, as shown in the figure, includes the customer number field plus the current record number for each record in the customer table, as shown in the figure. Indexes are sorted in order by the primary key field, customer number in this example. So records can be looked up in the index by the primary key field very quickly. The record number is then used to quickly retrieve the requested record from the database, in addition to a record number index as in figure 12-7. There can also be indexes to determine the physical location of the records on a storage medium, such as a track or a cylinder number. Indexes are usually viewed only by the program, not by the end user. Although the indexed files are suitable for many applications, it is potentially more time-consuming than is appropriate for some real-time applications. Direct organization was developed to provide faster access. With direct organization, the computer uses each record's primary key field with a mathematical formula called a hashing algorithm to determine a unique address that identifies where the record is physically stored in the database file. Several hashing algorithms have been developed. One of the simplest involves dividing the primary key field by a particular prime number. The prime number is determined by the number of records to be stored or the number of storage areas to be used. The remainder of this division procedure becomes the address at which the record is physically stored. Hashing procedures are difficult to develop and they pose certain problems. For example, hashing procedures usually result in two or more records being assigned to the same storage address, as an event known as a collision. Wait, no, and I accidentally exited out. Hold on real quick, hold on. This is gonna take a little bit. I want to see something real quick also. See something real quick. Let's see. Oh boy, we're going through an error message, so hold on everybody. Boom. Alright, I'm back. Alright, I got like kicked out. So it took a little bit. Well, right, collision. When this occurs, one record is placed in the computer address location and assigned a pointer that chains it to the other record, which is typically placed at an available location closest to the hashed address. Good hashing procedures result in an acceptable number of collisions for the table size used. Usually, a larger table requires the possibility of a larger number of collisions in order to have sufficient speed. Some systems use a combination of both indexed and direct organization. The T field indicates which the record is located within the table, and the hashing procedure is used to determine where the record is physically stored on the storage medium. Single-user database systems are located on a single computer and are designed to be accessed by one user. Single-user database systems are widely used for personal applications and are very small businesses. Hold on. We're getting there. We're getting to the end. We're getting unfortunately distracted by things. This is how it is. They distract you with everything else. Ugh. Located in business, very small businesses. Some business database systems today are designed for multiple users, and the database is accessed via a network. Because two or more users in a multi-user database system may try to access and modify the same data at the same time, some type of database locking must be used to prevent users from making conflicting changes to the same data at the same time. Multi-user database systems are typically client-server database systems. As discussed in Chapter 7, client-server networks consist of servers that supply resources to other computers, such as personal computers, which function as client devices. Similarly, a client-server database system is a database system that has both clients and at least one server. In typical client-server database applications, in a typical client-server database application, the client is called the front end and the database server is called the back end. The back end server contains a DBMS and the database itself and it processes the commands coming from the front end client computer. A typical client-server database system scenario is illustrated in Figure 12-9. While some client-server database systems have two parts, the client and the server, others have at least one middle component or tier between the client and the server. These systems are referred to as n-tier database systems. The additional tiers, such as the middle tier, is the third tier database system. As shown in Figure 12-10, typically contains software referred to as middleware. Middleware usually includes the programs used with the database and the programs needed to connect the client and the server component of the database, as discussed later in this chapter. One advantage of the n-tier architecture is that it allows the program code used to access the database to be separate from the database, and the code can be divided into any number of logical components. The programs contained in each tier in an n-tier database system can be written in programming languages different from the programming languages used in the other tiers. Tiers can also use different platforms and can be changed or relocated without affecting the other tiers. Consequently, n-tier database systems provide a great deal of flexibility and scalability, allowing the system to be modified as new needs and opportunities arise. N-tier database systems are most commonly found in e-commerce database applications, as discussed towards the end of this chapter. With the centralized database system, the database used by the system are all located on a single computer, such as a server or a mainframe computer. With a distributed database system, the data is separated into several databases, each of which is stored in a different computer that may be in different physical locations from one another, but that are connected via a network. For instance, there might be one database stored in a server located in a company headquarters, and additional database stored in computers located in each retail store belonging to that company. With the distributed database system, the database system is logically set up to act as a single database and appears that way to the user. Consequently, the entire database system can be accessed through the network by an authorized user, regardless of which computer the requested data is physically stored on. For example, the basic customer data, such as addresses and phone numbers, may be stored at the computer headquarters, while customer credit histories may be stored in the credit department located in another office across town. However, employees in the credit department can access both the database, the basic customer data, and the credit history data as if they were located in a single database stored in a single location. In determining where to store specific data in a distributed DBMS, the factors such as communications costs, response time, storage costs, and security are key considerations. In addition, data is often stored at the website where it is needed most frequently and is best managed, or at the location that makes the data retrieval more efficient. For instance, the Dig web site reportedly uses about 20 database servers to store its news stories, and its database is broken into pieces, with each piece stored on a different database server. This configuration improves the performance by isolating heavy workloads, a practice coined by sharding by Google developers. The goal of distributing the database in this manner is to get the vast majority of the database system to work fast. When the user requests information from a distributed DBMS, the user is typically not aware of the steps performed by the DBMS to display the requested information, nor where the data was retrieved from. Distributed databases that support cloud computing are referred to as cloud databases and are becoming more common. For instance, Amazon SimpleDB web service works with other Amazon cloud services to store, process, and query cloud-based data. Cloud databases are discussed in more detail later in this chapter. While most databases are stored in hard drives located in personal computers, servers, or mainframes, for instance, in-memory database IMDBs, also called main memory databases MMDBs, are designed to hold all data in the main memory of the computer rather than on disk. The use of a memory database is growing because of the lower cost of RAM today, and the databases is growing because of the lower cost of RAM today and the need for faster processing. IMDBs can perform dramatically faster than disk-based databases. However, backing up data or otherwise periodically storing the data on a non-volatile medium is extremely important because data in RAM is lost if the computer goes down or if the power goes out. IMDBs are beginning to be used both in high-end systems while performing in crucial, such as an e-commerce application, and in small footprint embedded applications, such as a database application installed to set-top boxes and other smart consumer electronic devices. One emerging option is using a single IMDB like the one shown in Figure 12-12 for both transactional and analytical applications. As discussed earlier in this chapter and illustrated in Figure 12-3, databases have evolved significantly since the early 1960s. Two older models are the hierarchical and Two older models are the hierarchical and network database models. The models more commonly used today include the rational, object-oriented, and multi-dimensional database models. A newer type of database is the hybrid XML rational model. In some situations, the types of queries that both need to make are highly predictable and unlimited. For example, in banking tellers usually only need facts pertaining to current customer account balances, deposit and withdrawals. In such transactions, processing environments, hierarchical and network database models, which are designed more for speed and security than flexibility, are sometimes used. A hierarchical database management system organizes data in a tree structure, like an organization chart or a structure chart. Typically, a one-to-many relationship exists between data entries, so all entries in the second row of the hierarchy are listed under only one top row entry. If a second row entry needs to be associated with more than one top row entry, however, a network database management system, which allows both one-time to many and many-to-many relationships, can be used. Most databases created today do not use the hierarchical or network models, but these models, which are generally used with legacy mainframe systems, are still operational and so must be maintained. The Relational Database Management System, or DBMS, is the most widely used database model today. As discussed earlier in this chapter, relational database organize data using tables. Tables are independent, but data can be retrieved from related tables via primary key fields when needed. Before a relational database can be created, it should be designed properly. Next, the structure for the table is the database can be created, and then the initial data can be entered into each table. Finally, the database can be used, such as adding, modifying, or deleting records or retrieving information from the database, called data manipulation, and maintained on an ongoing basis. These topics are discussed in the next few sections. I need some water. I do not have water. The steps involved with designing a rational database is summarized in figure 12-13. As shown in this figure, the first step in designing a relational database is to identify the purpose of the database and the activities that it will be used for, such as to keep track of rental properties, student grades, or customer orders. Then the data field that needs to be included with the database can be determined, and the field can be organized into tables. To determine which fields go in which table, you should group fields that logically belong together. Each group of fields will form one table. After initially placing the necessary fields into tables, it is important to evaluate the proposed table structure to ensure that all fields are represented and in the proper table, and to select the primary key field for each table. If needed, the tables can be restructured to reduce the redundancy of the data. To keep the redundancy to a minimum, fields should be included in only one table. Whenever possible, they should not be placed in multiple tables unless they are needed to relate one table to another. Another consideration when designing and evaluating the basic structure of each table is ensuring the fields are constructed in a manner consisting of the type of information that will need to be extracted from the database. For example, if you want to be able to generate a list of people by just their last name, to separate fields such as last name and first name should be used instead of just a field number called name. A preliminary design for 3 of the tables in the inventory database system scenario discussed in this chapter is is shown in figure 12-14. Notice that each table contains a primarily key field shared green in figure 12-14, and those fields are the only fields that occur in more than one table, and only as needed to tie the tables together. This process of evaluating and correcting the structure of the table in a database to minimize data redundancy is called normalization. Normalization is usually viewed as a multi-step process, adjusting the fields in the table as needed to move the table structure from zero normal form, ZNF, to usually third normal form, 3NF, although processes exist to reach fifth normal form, 5NF. The overall objective of the normalization process is to ensure that redundant fields from table to table are kept to a minimum. A non-normalized table structure is considered to be zero normal form, ZNF, and the next three normal forms can be summarized as followed. First normal form, second normal form, third normal form. I'm not reading all that. Once the fields of each table have been identified, the name, data type, and the other necessary fields can be determined for each field. These properties include field size, any input, mask, or validation rules that should be used to check data as is entered into the table, and whether or not a field is a required field, as discussed in the data definition section earlier in this chapter. Once the design is completed, the database is ready to be created. To create a relational database, a new database file that will continue all tables and other objects included in the database is first created and named. Next, each table in the database is created using the table structure developed during the database design process. Once the table structure is complete, today can be entered into the table, and the tables can be related as needed. In Microsoft Access, tables are created in each design view or datasheet view, as illustrated in Figure 6-21 in Chapter 6 and reviewed in Figure 12-15. To create... Oof. Cut my nail too far. It's not good. Hopefully not. I almost thought, what is it? You're probably hearing like clipping. It's like my nails. They get pretty long, so I gotta clip them, and then I keep forgetting to clip them, so I'm just clipping them while I'm reading. All right. To create a table in design view, you typically enter the first record of data into the table to initially create the fields for that table, and then you can change the field names and other properties as needed using the table tool fields. Tap on the ribbon in So we're skipping a whole page because they're just telling me to do that again. Related tables, they're just telling me how to do instructions again. I hate when they do that. It's like, why am I even learning this? I can just learn it. Database information retrieval can be performed by looking up and then displaying a single date record that contains the desired information about the entity, such as looking up a customer's phone number or current balance by displaying the appropriate record in the customer table. However, more often information is retrieved from a database using a query or a report. A query extracts specific information from a database by specifying particular conditions such as criteria about the data you would like to retrieve, such as retrieving all names of the customers who live in Tennessee, or all the products whose inventory level is below 100 units. Oh, where did I get 11 from? Every DBMS provides tool users can use to query the data for information. One possibility is using a query language, such as structured query language (SQL). Type a query using SQL, or more commonly, use a query tool built into the DBMS, such as a query design screen or a query wizard, to create a query object. In either case, the query can be used to extract the data from the table associated with the query that meets the query conditions. For an example of creating a query from the product table using the query design screen in Microsoft Access, along with the SQL version of that query that can be viewed and edited if desired by selecting the SQL view option from the view menu, is shown in figure 12-18 on the next page. As shown in this figure, the query is created, named, and saved as an object to the database file. Each time this query is run, by opening the appropriate query object, only the record of the product table meeting the criteria are displayed. In addition to retrieving information from a single table, queries can retrieve information from multiple tables if the table is related. Queries need to be designed to extract the requested information as efficiently as possible. Poorly written queries can impact the overall performance of the system, especially if they are executed frequently. In some systems, queries may be enacted several times per second. Even a marginal improvement in performance of frequently used queries can significantly improve the overall performance of the system. Consequently, it is the job of the database administrator to identify regularly used queries that need improvement and to suggest ways in which to make them perform better. Common techniques include alterations to the query itself to improve the performance, adding hints to the query to tell the database which tables should be accessed first to speed up performance, and adding additional indexes to heavily used tables. When more formal or attractive output is needed, a report can be used. In essence, a report is a formatted way of looking at some or all the data contained in a database. The fields to be included in a report are specified when the report is created. A report can be designed to include all the records located in an associated table, or it can be designed to include just the results of the query. Like queries, reports in Microsoft Access are saved as objects in the database files. In the database file, they can pull information from more than one table at a time if the tables are related and they display the specified data from an appropriate table at the time the record is run. The report is run. Reports are often created initially using a report wizard, and their appearance can be modified using design view, similar to the way a form can be modified. Although small personal databases may need little or no maintenance, large enterprise database frequently requires regular maintenance. Maintenance activities are usually performed by the database administrator and include the following tasks: upgrading, repairing, modifying, adding new indexes, deleting obsolete data, continually evaluating and improving the security measures used with the database. That was a lot of words that you didn't realize I skipped over. Traditionally, database software has dealt with the structured type of data, that is, primarily text-based data that can be organized neatly into columns, fields, and rows. Columns, fields, and rows records. Structured data is the type you have mostly been reading about in this chapter, and probably the type you will have been working on your computer. However, evolving user needs and technology have changed the type of data in use today. In addition to handling conventional record data, such as text, numbers, and dates, many of today's database applications now need to store a wide variety of types of data. Types of data, such as documents, photographs, videos, ARFID data, and so on. For a look at an object-oriented database management, ODBMS is often able to store and retrieve complex unstructured data better than a relational database management system. Unlike a relational database in which each record is a similar format, little similarity may exist among the data elements that form the object. An object-oriented database is also a better choice for database applications in which the structure may change frequently. Similar to object-oriented programming applications, an odd BMS stores data in objects. An object containing data along with the method actions that can be taken with that data. Objects in an odd BMS can contain virtually any type of data: a video clip, a photograph with a narrative, text with music, and so on, along with the method to be used with that data. Objects stored in an odd BMS can be retrieved using queries, such as with queries written with object query language (OQLs), an object-oriented version of SQLs. The objects can be reused in other applications to develop new applications very quickly. The key characteristics of an odd BMS, including objects, attributes, methods, classes, and inheritance, are similar to the OOP principles discussed in Chapter 11. In fact, OOP languages, such as Java and C# are often used to manipulate data stored in an object-oriented database. Odd BMS is becoming more common on database accessed via the internet. For instance, a web-based OBMS containing images and information from Slogan Digital Sky Survey, an astronomical survey that is mapping 1/4 of the entire sky in detail, including 1 billion celestial objects, is shown in Figure 12-20. Wow. I don't know. Some databases are hybrid databases, that is, a combination of two or more database types or models. Models, for instance, a database that combines object and relational database technology can be referred to as an object relational database management system, or DBMS. One emerging type of hybrid database is the hybrid XML relational database, a type of database that can store and retrieve both XML data and relational data. Several vendors have implemented XML data management capabilities into their relational database management systems, but IBM's DB2 program does one step further. DB2 contains a hybrid XML relational data server, which allows XML data to be entered into a database while preserving its structure, the XML data, and its properties. This means that the non-relational business data, such as Excel spreadsheet or word processing documents, can be combined with traditional relational data in the same database easily and efficiently, keeping the XML data structure intact allows queries and other data operations to be much more efficient. Both the relational and XML data stored in the database can be accessed via queries and otherwise manipulated, and they can work together in a single application as needed. The growth and importance of data warehousing has led to another type of database module, the multi-dimensional database, MDDB, a type of database optimized for data warehouse applications, whereas relational databases are appropriate for transactional applications in which data is retrieved or updated, typically by rows, and object-oriented databases are appropriate when a variety of types of objects need to be stored and retrieved. Multidimensional databases are designed to store collections of summarized data for quick and easy data analysis. The data is typically collected from a variety of enterprise-wide activities, often from existing relational databases, and is then summarized and restructured to enable it to be viewed from multiple perspectives, called dimensions. For example, sales for a company could be viewed in the dimension of product model, geography, time, or salesperson, or viewed as a combination of dimensions, such as sales using a specified time period or a particular product model in the Southwest United States. The dimensions are predefined based on what are viewed to be meaningful for the particular database, and the summarized data values are automatically calculated. One of the most common types of software used in conjunction with the multidimensional database is online analytical processing, OLAP. Object-oriented or multidimensional databases are two examples of NoSQL, not only SQL, databases. The term NoSQL refers to a wide variety of different database technologies that were developed in order to overcome some of the limitations of relational databases. For example, the volume of data generated by today's applications and the frequency with which this data is accessed can create performance and processing issues with relational databases. NoSQL's databases are organized differently than relational databases are organized, and so usually they do not use tables and SQLs. NoSQL databases are increasingly being used for big data and IT and IoT applications, as well as for cloud databases. Databases are extremely common on the web. Virtually all companies that offer product information, online ordering, research resources, or similar activities via a website use a database in conjunction with that site. For instance, one of the largest cloud databases belong to Amazon, which stores data about its customers and their orders, products for sale, and the customer reviews of products. In addition, it stores the actual text of many books so that they can be searched and viewed online. Cloud databases can also increasingly store user-generated content that individuals upload to be shared with others, such as the content uploaded on Flickr, YouTube, Facebook, Pinterest, and other social media. A few examples of cloud databases are discussed next, followed by a look at how cloud databases typically work. Cloud databases today are used for a variety of purposes. One purpose is information retrieval. The web is, in its essence, a huge storehouse of data waiting to be retrieved. Data to be accessed and displayed via a web page is often stored in a database, hosted either on-site or in the cloud, and website visitors can request and view information upon demand. Search sites are perhaps the most obvious cloud database application, retrieving and displaying links to web pages based on the search term supplied by the user. Another common use of cloud databases can be support and facilitate e-commerce, such as to display product information, pricing, customer information, shopping cart content, order information, and more upon demand. Other information commonly retrieved retrieved and displayed from cloud databases include product information, press releases, and other documents retrieved from company websites. Zip codes, driving directions, maps, and more retrieved from reference sites such as the Switchboard website in Figure 12-22. The photos and videos retrieved from photo and video sharing sites. And photo and video retrieved from photo and video sharing sites. Cloud databases allow web pages to be dynamic web pages. That is, web pages in which the appearance or content of the page changes based on the user's input or stated preference instead of just displaying static information via the web pages included on the site, in addition to being used to supply data on demand, such as via a website search. Cloud databases also allow websites to allow personalized content for each visitor, such as to create a personalized page which displays information based on the user's past activities, as is the case with Amazon.com, with the Amazon.com web page showed in Figure 12-22. Alright, the request to retrieve information from or store data in a cloud database is typically initiated by the website visitor. Filling out a web page form and selecting an option from a menu display on a web page is commonly used. On a web page are common ways cloud database requests are made. The request is received by the web server, which then converts the request into a database query and passes it onto the database server with the help of middleware, and discussed in more detail next. The database server receives the appropriate information and returns it to the web server, again via middleware. This information is displayed in the visitor screen in the form of a web page. Software that connects to otherwise separate applications, such as web servers and a DBMS, in order to tie to a database to a website, is referred to as middleware. Middleware for cloud database applications is commonly written as scripts, short sections of code written in a programming or scripting language that are executed by another program. JavaScript and VBScript, discussed in Chapter 11, are two scripting languages often used in conjunction with cloud databases, such as to write active server pages, ASPs. Other languages commonly used to connect databases to websites are Java, C, and Perl, as all discussed in Chapter 11, and often used to write CG scripts, and PHP. APS's CG scripts and PHPs are discussed next. As an alternative to writing scripts from scratch, many websites authoring programs include capabilities that allow the web developer to start the appropriate menu options and enter the needed information while the website is being created in order to automatically generate the script required to connect dynamic web pages to a database. This capability allows even novice web developers to include input forms and search capabilities easy on their sites, their sites, as well as connect their sites and database without having to write any scripts directly. A CGI, commonly Gateway Interface Script, is a set of instructions written in a programming language such as C, Perl, Java, or Visual Basic, and designed to accept data from and return data to a web page visitor. CGI scripts reside on and are executed by the web server, and they are handled tasks such as processing input forms and information requests. On very busy sites, CGI scripts can slow down servers' response time significantly because they are processing each request individually. Active server pages, ASPs, are dynamic web pages that have the extension .asp. ASPs work similarly to dynamic web pages utilizing CGI scripts, but the code to tie the database to the web page is typically written in JavaScript or VB or V. Hold on.
Just the two of us.
Stand together as one.
Ready for an adventure?
Okay. Or VB script. Or VB script. As discussed in Chapter 11, PHP Hypertext Processor is a scripting language that is increasingly being used to create dynamic web pages. It uses code similar to Perl or C++. That is inserted into the HTML code of a web page using special PHP tags. PHP scripts reside on and are executed by the server. Hold on real quick. Executed by the server. They are typically used to perform tasks similar to a CGI script and ASPs, but they have the advantage of high compatibility. Hold on, let me see something real quick. High compatibility with many types of databases. We are finally done reading. My gosh. We are finally done reading. I had that prepared. Now, I don't even know. We're just done. We're just done. I hope this isn't copyrighted. It's an old theme. I'm just happy. I'm sorry. I'm just happy. I realized to myself, yeah, I almost ordered myself like something to eat in celebration. Here we go. And we did. We finished this stupid book tonight. Oh man. I know I like went on and off, but I gotta take a break real quick. I'm gonna get something to eat, and then we'll be right back, and I shall set up the next program. Alright.
The thing that's different about a Verbo vacation home.
Hello. Hopefully, it wasn't too long. I did grab a thing to eat. Yeah. I am back. Before we begin art, if we do art tonight, why don't we just talk a bit? I don't know. I don't care. Talk about the craziness that's been happening this entire week. Guys, Mr. Beast gave people their first pair of shoes. The horror, the audacity, ooga booga. I'm learning how money was laundered through. Oh, better send that to the right authorities. That Mr. Beast thing is silly. I think what's funny is, like, so many people are saying, like, donate to charities, despite the fact that charities take a cut. So instead of donating them directly to the children, they want them to donate to charities, to the people in the country. Okay, so here's the thing. They're, like, saying, okay, say you had $100, right? You're gonna donate the $100 to charity. Here's to, like, some country. You're gonna donate to a charity that might take or launder the money. So let's say it does still get through. They might take $10. Then to go overseas, they might take $30. Then to reach the place, they take $20. So by the time it gets to the children, you got like probably like $40 left? 40, 30, $50, less than 50. Yeah, 10 million was laundered and only revealed because of the big Twitch hack a year or so ago. Oh yeah, donating a charity is way worse than direct. And then the thing is that some people were like, why didn't you donate it to because they were also saying, like, donate it to them and then it stimulates the economy. And it's like, my guy, it wasn't gonna stimulate the economy anyway. Because what they were saying is that they should donate it to shoemakers. But, like, they were like, if this actually hurts the economy because then it, like, the stimulating the economy, right? Then people are like, but this hurts shoemakers. And it's like, if it hurts the shoemakers so bad, why didn't they make the shoes in the first place? I understand what they mean. But at the same time, every time you think about more than just 5 seconds, you realize, oh wait, that's stupid. You know what you can do instead of helping somebody who's sick? You know what you can do instead of donating to somebody who's sick? Helping somebody who's sick. Depending on the type of sickness they have, obviously. Where did they think where he got the shoes? He paid the shoemakers to make them. Well, yeah, but he could have given them to the people in Africa to have the shoemaker make the shoes there and give them to the children. You see how complicated it kind of was? Not only that, because I didn't watch the video, but, like, if you know, but the thing is that Dextro, the clip they released was the full breakdown of how the shoes are made. How the shoes are made and given to the kids. So, if I remember this correctly, so the video stated that they made the shoes a very specific, not biodegradable, they made it out of biodegradable substances so that it lasts longer than normal shoes. And it's like, you can't get mad at this. How do you get mad at this? If you get mad at this, I'm questioning you. Yeah. And then you got some people who literally were like, shoes aren't that much. And it's like, oh yeah, shoes aren't that much in this economy. You know where I get my shoes? Walmart. And you know how expensive those are? $15. He gave them really good shoes. No, you're wrong, music boy. He didn't give them good shoes. He gave them plain black shoes. He should have gotten them some Air Jordans. Shoes cost over $100. Not where I get them. Now, you think I'm paying $100 for some shoes? I'm going to my local Walmart and buying some flats, and that's it. And that is what is it? Not even like 15. I'm pretty sure like the flats were like $20. I wear flats. I don't wear tennis shoes that much anymore. So, yeah. It could be funny though. It's just like what people said. He could literally my shoes are combo of shoes and boots because they get snow here. Oh, okay. Doesn't it gets cold here, but not snowy. So it gets cold here, but not snowy, so you don't really have to worry about that, just as long as your shoes don't, just pretty much, when the rainy season comes, don't have shoes that can easily have soaked in water. It's what I had encountered a lot, because I wear flats a lot, even in the rain. So my flats end up absorbing, and because a lot of my flats are cloth-based, or at least, the soles, when you wear them out, they water seeps in. It like it stays in there for a long time. The water stays in there for a long time. Some people are just stupid. And I don't say that lightly. We got up to 3 feet of snow sometimes. Wow. What is it? I experienced snow for like the first time a couple of years ago when I went out with my like high school. Once got up to 4 feet. Yeah, cool. What is it? We did that, and what ended up happening was I experienced it for the first time. I was like, wow, this is great. And because I was an idiot, actually no, I was only an idiot on the last day. And what happened was that on the last day, because we were all heading home, instead of wearing my boots, because I had packed my boots away, I wore my flats. And so on the way out, everybody stopped to play in the snow. And I, being myself, I rejected, and I was like, no, I'm good. And so what ended up happening was the way they parked, it was close to like a snow wall-ish type thing, like a kind of it was in a tall hill. You could still see sunlight and stuff like that, but you know, snow's melting, snow hill. And so I think to myself, man, everybody's gone for a little bit, and I'm here by myself. Maybe I should go out and play in the snow with everybody. Big mistake, because the moment I got out of the car, I went in pretty deep into the snow, and it then soaked my shoe. So imagine having freezing cold shoes until you get back all the way home. Not only that, I lost my headphones in the snow, so immediately when we got home, I was like, Mom, take me to Walmart. and I got like a new. I saved my money for my trip, and unfortunately had to unfortunately spend it on a new pair of headphones, which like the other headphones were like new. That's why I was upset. The only thing I can say was super memorable about that trip is the fact that I love the fact that I wore a turtleneck, and Kakegurui's Algeria is still slaps today. Little wet shoes are normal here. I don't understand you snow people. Well, you should visit New England in winter. We got snow. Like a lot of snow. I wouldn't be surprised. Hold on. I forgot to get water. I am back. I grabbed water with ice. Because of course I did. Alright. Oh yeah, and then there's the whole like, excuse me. The whole like white thing that happened. That finally got resolved. That was... Oh yeah, that. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't surprised, but I'm still shocked that people are still learning that, guess what? People can lie. It happened a couple years ago during the... Well, granted, we don't really know. I was gonna reference the whole situation with certain voice actors. Whether you believe one side or the other, there's no doubt that during that whole court case, somebody lied. And it was very obvious who was lying. And it still happens. You still have people, specifically sometimes guys, who try to be female, who try to be feminine, male feminists, be like, I interact with my female colleagues all the time. What do you mean they lie? They can't lie. I believe. And it's like, oh my gosh, stop being such a simp. That sounds harsh, didn't it? I meant what I said. You got so many of them who are like such simps. But if we got into that debate, we'd be here all all day. It's funny to look at fools who are like, always support the accuser regardless of evidence or lack thereof. And I think it's funny because Quite addressed that in the video, and he was like, please stop doing that. As someone who did that and was on the receiving end of both of them, I still feel like I can't make it up. You still had some people who were saying, like, still believe. Look at evidence and hear both sides, then make decisions. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. Just some people just have to get on people's nerves, make it all about them, and ruin everything for everybody. If Quite left YouTube, I would not be shocked or surprised why, because the dude needs the mental health break. If he left YouTube permanently, let's be real here, it's sad. I was like somebody who got introduced to Quite because of Nux. And I wasn't like a super huge fan of his content, but like every now and then I would peek in and I'm like, this is actually kind of funny. And so if he left just permanently, like I don't doubt why. Because that situation was ridiculous. Looks at Nux Taku versus Vshojo, Dev versus Herd, etc. Yeah. Yep. Not gonna lie though, that Dev versus Herd stuff was brutal. Trying to find one of the things. Where is the arm? Where's the arm? Okay, here it is. What's this? Okay, that's why I couldn't. Always end up locking the file and folder. Yeah, although some of that was she got really bad lawyers. Oh, yes! Let's be real here. There was no way to defend that case. Yeah, there was no way to defend that case with that. If anything, I'm actually kind of glad it actually highlighted a really good lawyer who, like, really... Some people, like, obviously, like, you'll always have your, like, foolish lawyers or people who just try to get over. And then you got some people who genuinely, like, will try and seek justice, whether it be fame or for profit. They still got justice for the individual. That's all that matters, really. Let me see something real quick. Like, if she got good lawyers, she maybe stood a chance. I'd say if she had better lawyers, they wouldn't have made her look as ridiculous as the other lawyer did. She at least would have, like, went out with, like, dignity. But that was not dignity. That was cringe. This was a lot of cringe. Let's be real here. I almost forgot. I was going to probably just chat in here for a little bit, but I ended up kind of drawing a little bit, so let's transition. Yay. Let's finally finish this thumbnail. I highly doubt we'll do it tonight, but we'll try and finish at least some of it. But yeah, I thought people had learned lesson from Nux versus Vshojo. Don't automatically believe accuser. Well, you see, got my guy. No, they didn't. That's pretty much just what it boils down to. Just what it boils down to. Why? I have no clue. I almost forgot to grab another piece that I was going to use to finish this art, and let's see how it works out. I wasn't originally going to add Luke because I figured they would redesign him for Professor Layton. Just a quick thing on the thumbnail. This is kind of old, basically what I have here is the thumbnail that was supposed to be used for when I uploaded the VOD for, Nintendo. For the Nintendo Direct that happened like a whole month back. And I was going to release it, and I was gonna do like a simple thumbnail, but I got kind of sidetracked. Stuff happened. Stuff ended up happening, ended up getting delayed. It ended up pretty good because I wanted to get I wanted to add Luke anyway, and they finally released the Professor Layton trailer. We actually, you know what? Maybe we'll stream again tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'm kind of tired from reading this entire week, but these past weeks. But it's break time, so we'll have time to go over the actual trailer and stuff like that, so we can get like a closer analytical look at it all. So yeah. That Nux vs. Vshojo made many people look foolish when Nux came out with evidence. Still don't get how Vshojo screwed up that bad. It's because they were mismanaged. They didn't know how to handle controversy like that. Let's be real here. They didn't know how to handle controversy like that. As much as I do feel bad, like, and not only that, like, it was the way they did it, because it wasn't the fact that, like, they messed with Nux. It was the fact that they messed with the whole indie community. And the whole indie community got mad at them because, like, you put the lives of the indie community at risk because you wanted to get mad at one big old YouTuber. And it's like, he does it for clout. He has over 1 million subscribers. He's already a clout chaser. We're all clout chasers on this platform. Let's be real here. It's just like the age-old internet rule of the internet. Everyone's a man on this website until confirmed otherwise. Same with clout chasing. Everyone is a clout chaser unless proven otherwise. A good example would be Moist Critical. He is not a clout chaser. Sometimes he's just misinformed. A clout chaser... I can't even think of one. There's so many people on this platform. Professor Layton L. I tried to spell the literal L logo. Let's see, can I get an L? Yes, I got an L! I got an L! Oh wait, that's someone's DeviantArt. That would be pretty bad if I took that. PNG. No, not the controversy, but the management failed to tell girls and accept permission, and then management tried to backtrack and hide fact they gave permission. We could delve into that. Or I can get mad, but I don't want to get mad. That incident made me angry. Let's see. And then management tried to lie and say they never gave permission and other lies. Like, how do you mess up that bad? Because they never touched on controversy like that before, and they were like, oh, it's just Easy Street, guys. It's Easy Street. It's Easy Street, guys. It's alright. Here we go. There we go. There we go. Get the logo. Nope. Get the logo. Get the logo. Here we go. It's because they never dealt with controversy like that before. It was sad, and it was just So, like I said, you made the whole indie scene mad. I wanted to sign up for Vshojo, even though I was only, and the only reason why I didn't was because it's like, there's no way they're gonna like sign up with someone who hasn't even started streaming yet. That's stupid. And so, it's like, you know you can't get in. So it makes sense. So you don't sign up. Everybody, not even just me, everyone had family. Some people can't move. Some people can't afford it. Like, some people can't afford to move. Some people can't afford to, people can't afford to get doxxed. There's some people like me who literally cannot afford, because then it puts everybody else in danger. It's crazy. Some people literally can't afford that because you don't know. You don't know what's gonna happen to them. You don't know if their life will be in danger. You don't know if their livelihood will be in danger. You don't know if they're family members who don't know how to respond. There are so many autistic people in the VTuber community. Like, what is it? Like, you have so many people who are trans, you have so many people who are autistic, you have so many people who just already are on edge all the time just from real life. And real life, you have only a little bit chance. What is it? In real life, you have maybe a 10 in 90 chance of encountering danger depending on where you live. But the moment that they attack your house, that's just it. So they knew better than that, and they were stupid enough to not do anything about it. I know I'm getting heated, but when that stuff happened, and you told me about it, Music Boy, at first I didn't react, and then when I got more information, it actually made me angry. Also, as a cybersecurity person, I could tell you the Vshojo hiding the fact that people were posing as them to try and dox VTubers is 100% wrong way to address that from security perspective. Also borderline illegal to hide it. The really funny thing about is what Nux did was the correct course of action from security perspective. Nux did what Vshojo should have. Yeah, pretty much. I think what's funny is depressed Nosagi. He talked about the Nux drama. And what happened was that there was this one person who was trying to be it's not that bad, guys. And everybody, even myself, was it was pretty bad. Because people's lives are at stake. And it's well, they don't have to. They're gonna have to care or else they're gonna get sued. Because it's very clear. I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of perceptive at this. It's very clear that Vshojo does not care about money. Oh, it is very bad. Yeah. Here's the thing. It's very obvious Vshojo does not care about money. Yes, they get money, and yes, they do profit from it, but it is very clear that Vshojo does not care about the money. Vshojo cares about reputation. It's very obvious that Vshojo cares about reputation. For something like Niji Sanji, what is it? For Hololive, obviously you always have a business side to things, but if you look at a company's actions, you can always pinpoint what will and can hurt them in future endeavors. The company with Kizuna Eye, they started stretching thin Kizuna, to which then their weakness was the fact that they didn't communicate. They split Kizuna up, and their weakness is that they couldn't communicate. For Vshojo, their weakness is the fact that they want to look good. For Hololive, it's the fact that actually Hololive's kind of hard to pinpoint down, but for Niji Sanji, it's appeasing others. It's kind of like that. It's the moment you can pinpoint a person's weakness, you can find a way to hurt them. The whole Zion situation that happened. Oh yeah, that. Though for the Zion situation, it was really obvious they were going down that route. I'm sorry, girl. I'm sorry, Zion. That was kind of on you with that one. That could have been an end of Vshojo. Legally speaking, Nux could have sued them really bad and ended the company if they wanted to. Yeah, pretty much. the whole thing with Vshojo is you can tell that they cherish their reputation. So them going to court would be a stain on their reputation and showing everybody that, yeah, you did terrible. Stuff like that. I know I'm not like drawing and stuff. We're like ranting. Oh well. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to pull up. I didn't mean to save, but I guess okay. Even I brought up, like, to some people, like, if Vshojo could have handled it worse, they would have gotten sued. Because that's like a reputation hitter. They don't care about money, they care about the fact that they look good. Because that's what they announced. What is it? It's kind of like, what people say about corporations, just corporations in general. You can tell. Okay, they still could have been, yeah. What is it? You can tell a company's motivations by what their CEO does. You can tell a company's motivation with their talents the moment they, like, I don't know. But you get what I mean, right? You get what I mean? They absolutely would have been sued, though. I had to steal this from, I don't even remember, IGN or whatever, something. Luke, my boy. He's gotten old. It makes me sad. Pretty much just learn from anybody who sees this stream. They're gonna be like, man, she rants a lot. And it's like, it's not the fact that I'm ranting a lot, guys. It's the fact that, like, when lives are on the line, it really means something with your first steps. This goes for any company. If if Nux took it to court, they could have some federal issues. Government is a bit stickler about their laws. Yeah, pretty much. Though they may have they probably would have ruled some things in their favor, like the fact that Nux did expose the thing. Now the thing is, though, is that if Nux brought a very good evidence for, like, a counterpoint, like, oh, like, they could present, like, oh, he was disrupting the investigation, and it's like, no, if Nux brings, like, the proper, like, evidence, his lawyer could argue, like, oh, hey, yeah, you already had, like, the thing in custody, the guy in custody, and stuff like that. But, yeah, just do right. If anything, though, it's kind of weird, right? Because this whole Harry Potter situation has kind of repaired their reputation. In the one way, it's like I think the funniest thing, like, to me, it's funny. The fact that they tried to avoid bad press, because, like, you know, like I said, Vshojo clearly cares about reputation. And it's the bad press that actually saved their butts in the first place. Well, not saved their butts, more like repaired bits of their reputation. There's no way and no reason that Hogwarts kinda repaired their reputation. Let's be real here. The whole Silver Veil drama. It kind of did. Not a lot, but it did. It showed a lot of people, like, oh, they can stand their ground and they aren't, like, gonna bend the knee all the time. He got permission, though, from Vshojo management. If he had saved here's the thing, though, if he did not save those archives and screenshots, though, he wouldn't have been able to present that, so they could have ruled it against him. If he didn't archive it properly. I keep saying if. If. Alright, let's put some clothes on this boy. Ah! It just depends. Quite frankly, about that, pretty much just what that whole situation just boiled down to just do right in business. Don't backstab people. Don't be mean to people. Because obviously, even because all we have is like from what Iron Mouse and like what they said afterwards. Like, oh, we were kind of like drifting and slowly like moving away from Nux anyway. And that's okay. That's okay. You don't, people, like, obviously people are gonna ask, but, like, if you want to drift away, that's fine. Everybody doesn't mind that. Some people are gonna be like, but I want you to collab with my favorite YouTuber, and it's like, sometimes it's just no. Sometimes the answer is just no. Sometimes it's not bad terms. Sometimes they just don't want to hang out anymore. But to go out like that, not the best way to go. Definitely not the best way to go. If anything, though, I still wish all the girls good luck. Mostly because I still kind of like a lot of them and have a newfound respect for a lot of them. Not because of the whole, like, not because of the whole Hogwarts situation. It was actually way before that I kind of was like, you know what, I kind of respect you guys for the fact that even though, like, you guys are trying. You guys obviously, like, you care, but at the same time, you do still, like, want to try to, like, do good and be good. Still iffy on some of you, though. Still iffy on some of you. Still iffy on some of you. Like, what is it? Like, during the Streamy Awards, how some people were trying to trash Vshojo for getting so many nominations from one company. And it's very it was so obvious that it was just the Streamy Awards. Just, like, being like, all what is it? You know that meme where, like, women are like fuchsia, purple, fuchsia, such and such, so and so, and then all guys see is like purple. That was pretty much just what that company did. And so people were like, Vshojo is like buying out the votes. And like, I mean, if somebody was buying out the votes, number one, not gonna lie, that's kind of based. That's kind of based, not gonna lie. It would be so funny. Like, you find out, like, management finds out, like, how did we get so many nominations? You got Billy stuffing, like, tickets in the back. Yeah, but also the way the girls attacked him make them look horrible. Luckily he was he's nice. Yeah, you're right. True. It's true. It's true. Don't care about people who dogpile you. You know what? You know me, guys. For me, I stopped caring about what people think about me a long time ago. So if I get canceled for something, it's gotta be for something like I really messed up on. Let's be real here. Something I probably say. I don't know, I really kinda don't care. All my care for what I think about people died back in 2016. At least regarding people online. Well, yeah, obviously you can't completely kill it. As much as you want to, you can't completely kill that side of you. But pretty much, yeah. But in regards to that, I probably would have to say something to get myself canceled. What kind of remains a dark matter is their reputation, is that they blasted their own accusation and hated Nux, but once they got proven lying, they were either privately apologizing or quite public apology. My view is your apology must be as loud as your accusation. Sounds about right. What is it? What? I know, if I were to become big, I know I would probably call out some people. Like, let's be real here. If you're gonna be big, you might use your platform to call people out. Let's be real here. Some people are just gonna call people out, like, once they start getting big and stuff like that. I don't doubt that I won't do that because, like, there are some people who genuinely suck on this platform who shouldn't have a platform anymore. Like, the whole Camilla Cuevas situation. Loved Glitch Tale when I was a Undertale nerd who never played Undertale. But, like, what she did was, like, absolute trash. And so she rightfully needed to be called out for that. But because it's contained specifically to the commentary community, nobody's gonna really look into it. Nux looked into it, but not really because he was memeing with Charlie. Stuff like that. And And so, like, if I called someone out and I falsely, like, called them out, you know what I would do? I even literally thought about it while I was, like, grabbing something to eat. If I called somebody out and, like, I knew I was wrong, like, the whole, like, white situation, I was like, if I called somebody out and I was wrong, I literally had to buckle down and think, I gotta apologize. We're apologizing not only in stream, we're gonna make this a separate post so that people know that I apologize to that person. Because I don't want to, because I'm not gonna allow myself to not be held accountable for that. They're not gonna find their apology mixed in my streams where somebody would have to sit there and wait for the stream. We're apologizing up front. Even if apologizing in a way, like, to some people is humiliating for some people. For, like, you gotta let go of that pride. That's just kind of how it is. You just gotta let go of that pride. Oh, the whole if we get into that one, newer viewers who are coming into my chat, I'm not a drama YouTuber or anything, but man, have all the communities I have been in have, like, just decided to, you know what? February is drama. I'm going to literally make a list of just the year, literally starting the beginning of this year. Do you know how much people were exposed and how much drama and stuff, like drama, literal criminal activity, accusations, and all this stuff happened? And we're only in March. We're only in March. Jeez. In March. We're only in March. You guys think I'm joking, but I'm genuinely serious. There is no reason why so much of this stuff had to happen in the beginning of the year. Also, some I think did misunderstand, but some 100% had malice and lied. Saw someone commit a crime today. Yeah, we can't reset the clock. The clock's busted. Yeah, some actually admitted, like Zentreya. Zentreya admitted, like, to her fault, because obviously, like, here's the thing. Let's be real here. If we were in Vshojo's shoes, and, like, one of our friends was genuinely, like, panicking and freaking out and all that stuff like that, we would come to their defense. Let's be real here. You would come to their defense. You would come to your friend's defense because they're your friend. You trust them. You trust their word. You trust them to, you trust them. There's a reason why some people say, like, where some people, like, will abandon their family for their best friends and stuff like that, because people trust their best friends and stuff that much. That being said, not everything your best friend says is true sometimes, and unfortunately, a lot of people had to learn the hard way. So it was really cool that Zentreya, like, apologized and was like, I'm so sorry. Like, she publicly apologized and was like, I'm so sorry. I genuinely believed my friend. And, like, nobody, like, everybody, like, pretty much was like, Zen is amazing. And, yeah, Zentreya fruit. And possibly Mouse. Mouse did... Okay, so the thing with Mouse is that, I kind of took a hit on that one because I was like, Mouse, that's not a good... That's, not really a... I wouldn't say, like, I'm not somebody who, like, does those, apology tier lists, but even I was kind of like, Mouse, that apology isn't really good. That's not a good apology. Basically, she said, because even, like, people who liked Mouse was kind of like, this apology kind of sucks. Pretty much what had happened was that, what happened was that she was like, you guys don't need to know anything, which is true, we don't need to know everything, and she kind of went on, it's been, like, obviously a while, but, like, I only remember feeling kind of like, Mouse, this is just not a good apology. This could have been handled way better. But it wasn't. Granted, if this was handled way better, Vshojo would have done better. But they didn't. They didn't. Mouse, like, half apologized. Pretty much. Like I said, even, like, people who liked Mouse were kind of like, that wasn't really good. But at the same time, you know, you understand, there's, like, a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that, like, you're like, man, that was not good. But then there's the stuff you don't know about that's, like, maybe could maybe, like, you could understand, like, okay, this makes sense as to why. It's still kind of sucky that you did it like that, but hey, what can you do? Yeah, we're not owed anything, and she's not owed a high opinion. Pretty much. I still think highly of her, but, like, at the same time, obviously, you gotta kind of get that reality check and be like, even though people who are higher up have faults. Even I'm gonna have faults one day. I'm gonna have faults one day, guys. I'm gonna have faults one day. And, like, call me out if it's like, what, you know what's actually, like, kind of cool, like, nowadays? I've been kind of, like, looking into stuff, and I'm not sure. I think I actually might try and look into Guilty Gear. It's not guaranteed. I've been avoiding it because, obviously, I've talked about on this channel before, like, I don't want to get into the whole thing, like, regarding you-know-who. But at the same time, I just kind of started to realize that the internet doesn't matter, and I can main whoever I want. So if I want to main you-know-who, I'm gonna main you-know-who. Mostly because I don't want weirdos in my chat being like, something something, character, identity, whatever, blah 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 blah. Just as long as people aren't being weird about it. Because I've stated it before, I hate both sides of the controversy. Of that whole, like, controversial mess. I hated both sides and stuff like that. Yanners, I know, had Mel. I was not sure 100% about Mel. Mel... It's not that Mel wanted to, like... It's not that Mel had malice. It was just very clear that Mel kind of just didn't handle the situation properly. She just didn't handle it properly. That's just kind of how it boils down. Because she was there. We all know she was there. And, like, let's be real here. I think she kind of took a... She's still popular. Let's be real here. She's still popular. And she deserves her popularity. That will never be taken from her. Anybody who says she does not deserve to be popular is lying. Because she worked and earned her way up to that popularity. But at the same time, you can still criticize her for the fact that, by all definitions, she did throw Nux to the wolves. Especially since Nux was willing to dox for her. When, like, she was going through her own harassment. Because, you know, he genuinely was, like, a true friend. He was like, I will literally ride or die with her because she's, like, she's awesome. So, on the one hand, it's like, yeah, you couldn't really fault her, but at the same time, yeah, you really can. Let's see. Well, she was there at start, but left to do patron things. Yeah. And that's fine. If, like, you need to, like, leave to do, like, other things, that's fine. Just be honest. It's kind of pretty much what it boils down to. Just be honest. I'm learning how to draw jackets. Just be honest with yourself and realize just what you need to do. Yeah, this seems about right. But she knew what the meeting was about. Yeah, pretty much. And I wouldn't say that, because she did admit that she just was setting it up. Because Nux never said that she was speaking. They just said that she was there. But that doesn't mean that she had it, like, unmuted and everything. Because, you know, you do have some people who genuinely, like, I'm not, like, so-and-so, such and such. I'm not, like, a part of this, really. This was just between them and management. And if it was just between them and management, that's just how it is. It sucks. But, hey, what can you do? Its answer's 2 years old now. Not gonna lie, I almost made it, like, what is it? So I want to make videos in the future. Maybe this would have, like, set a bad precedent for the channel. Well, in the beginning, maybe, I don't know. I'd probably be labeled a Vshojo hater. When it's kind of the opposite. I'm not a Vshojo hater. I'm a Vshojo waiter. They, I'm not sure about Malice, but did intentionally spread misinfo, so I think that Malice is likely. The less we speak about Vebe, the better. The less we speak about Vebe, the better. How should I put this? I have nothing against Vebe, but at the same time, she hasn't really done anything. It's kind of like, pretty much, my opinion on Vebe is about the same as my opinion on Nyanners. They're both, obviously, pretty chill people, but they're kind of toxic a little bit. They're just a little bit, though. Just a little bit. Nothing against you. But you're kind of toxic, and your fan base is kind of toxic. Just as long as you're not doing anything really, really dumb, hey, what can you do? Especially like when I learned about like the whole Shy Lily thing. I won't really talk about that, but like, let's be real here. It's been a while. We're not gonna hold somebody because of like an incident they made like a couple years ago. I don't want her, but she says and do things that are hostile. Pretty much, yeah. That's what I mean. She's kind of toxic a little bit. But obviously yeah, that comment was odd. Yeah. I was like, I understand. I understand where she's coming from, because obviously there are two YouTubers right now, I'm not gonna name them. There are two YouTubers right now where I'm convinced, where I was like, hey, this guy sounds like the other guy. And all he commented was saying was like, I was that, now I went from copying so-and-so, and now I'm copying the other one, as a joke. But the problem was that at first I took it seriously, and now I'm not sure if they really are the same person or separate people. So I get it, I understand. You don't want to be like super compared and all that stuff. So it's understandable. That being said, to say it the way she said it is what caused issues. It's what caused the issues. Could she have said it differently? Yes. I definitely believe she could have, if she just said it differently. Yes, I know a fair bit about, but she's not a good. Let's not. Because as much as here's the thing. I know very little about 4chan culture, but I know enough about it and Nyanners to know that that'll be a little bit touchy. But trust me. It's just how it is. What was I doing again? Yes. References. No. Color examples. No. Styles. Yes. And it looks like watercolor. Yes, there we go. I'm just looking up references right now. We're not drama, guys. We're just talking. We're just talking. What am I even doing by this point? I'm trying to look up jackets. He's back. Oh man, we're totally playing like the new Layton game coming out. Let's be real here. I'm so excited. I am so excited. Dang, somebody did Layton fashion? That's nice. I'm sorry, that was not. This is nice. I would wear that. Not gonna lie, Professor Layton fan art is like really good. I found one cursed one. I'm not gonna say what it was, but I found one cursed one on my research, and I wish I could still gouge my eyes out from witnessing it. It's not a good place. I don't know, bro. They seem so cultured there. It's tempting. At least more than Reddit, that's for sure. Reddit, in like my opinion. Now the funny thing is, I kind of gotta go do it. I gotta retract my statement. The Otome Isekai subreddit finally feels like they got rid of all the xenophobia there. I'm telling you, I'm not joking when I say it. It was kind of bad a couple months ago. Because, it was kind of bad. Because, like, the whole Otome Isekai thing. Because they would be like, oh, I don't like the tropes of this. But then, like, some people would, like direct it to xenophobia. And I was kind of like, this is not where I want to be anymore. So I gotta retract it because they finally fixed it and people finally stopped being like that. It was, not cool. It was not cool. I used to visit 4chan. They do amazing things sometimes, but they also do illegal stuff and talk about very toss stuff there. Yep. Yeah. Pretty based, huh? Let's see. We're getting somewhere. Oh. On the one hand, I want to go there because, let's be real here, based honestly, but I've been giving all my warnings. Avoid B-board at all cost. Avoid B-board at all costs. Something. As you can very much tell, I do not have all my research done. They did work together to make a full video game once, but they also have a fair amount of fans of the evil drum. Let's be real here, you're gonna find that you're gonna find what is it? What is it? Okay. So, okay, judge me all you want for this, but I think he's a really good content creator. Like, what is it? I watched the Turkey Tom video on, like, the whole, like, femboy cult somebody tried to make. And I'm just like, but why though? Oh yeah, I watch him. Okay, here's the thing. I know some people are like, Turkey Tom's like, here's the thing. Turkey Tom is a good content creator when he does his research. That is a very specific distinction. Because you do have moments where his research is just like, this ain't it, chief. This just ain't it. Like, a good example would be, like, one of his better videos that I think he did was, which one? He's really good with topics that he knows about, but when it's topics that are out of his depth, you're kind of just like, Tom, why did you even make the video? Like, a good example of, I think, his best video had to be his, of a type of one of his videos would have to be the, pretty much majority of the Degenerate series and stuff like that. That's what I think. Oh, he crazy sometimes. He has some interesting opinions on some topics. Let's be real here. Yes, he does. Something gay ops. Oh man. Oh yeah, no. Like, I definitely can agree. He's definitely like, what is it? Like, to touch on the Daft Pina topic, he clearly had a bias against the person who had their marriage exposed. But at the same time, and like, he skipped a whole section where he was like, throughout the video, he was like, I guess I was given false info. And the literal section that would have showed him that he had correct info, he skipped over. And I'm just like, Tom, what are you doing? The section that would have told you that wasn't false info, you skipped the whole section. I think also one of his worst videos would technically have to be Anime Degenerates, because I was expecting, like, some, like, actual, like, really, like, it was, like, surface level stuff. It was, like, so much surface level stuff. Stuff that the anime community already knows about. Like, the author of Act Age, the author of Toriko, friggin' the Galco-chan author. I hate that controversy so much because I love Galco-chan. We probably draw her, but I hate the author so much because of what he did. Because I'm just like, my guy, you were one of the first guys to actually understand, like, females, and he threw it away. He threw it away. But the thing is, though, is, like, when Tom cites sources for, like, why these people are, like, degenerate weirdos, it's like, okay, so the dude made one girl, like, literally one of the reasons why he was like, oh yeah, one of the reasons why the Galco-chan author is a creep is because he drew a tall girl and he drew a short girl. Now I'm going to arbitrarily link that to the giantess fetish. And I'm just like, Tom, what are you doing? That makes no sense. And I'm a girl. Huh? Understand females? Seems not possible. It was, so Galco-chan is basically a story about kind of, like, breaking down stereotypes. So, like, the female protagonist, Galco-chan, who, if you take the pun of her name, is a gal. She looks like a stereotypical gal. Somebody who should be stuck up, prissy, and, like, doesn't care about, like, the nerds in her class. And one of the things about her is that she's none of those things. She's still a gal, she has blonde hair, she does makeup and all that stuff, but she genuinely cares about her friends. Same with, like, some of the other characters that are introduced in the series. And it was pretty much a sex educational series about, like, how girls, like, how, pretty much just, like, purity and, like, how it can really, like, help people. And I actually genuinely fell in love with that series because, like, I was planning on watching it and I was like, oh my gosh, I like the look of the character and I genuinely think some of the jokes in here are funny. Some dated 2000s fan service cringe, yes, but, like, I genuinely was, like, interested. So then it turns out that the Galco-chan author turned out to be a creep, and I was just kind of mad. I was just mad. Also, he made, like, a really blatant mistake regarding to, like, the Rurouni Kenshin author. No. The, Death Note author. Because he pulled up a picture of Oda. But, like, not, like, Oda from, like, Death Note. He pulled up a picture of Oda from One Piece. And everybody was like, that's not so-and-so. That's Oda from One Piece. And so, like, I kind of thought that the video kind of rubbed, now I know, like, people are gonna probably think, like, oh, the anime fan, obviously the anime fan was, like, rubbed the wrong way because the community was called out. No, call out the community. Let's be real here. Where there's a drama and it's full of hilarity, I will be there, and I think it's funny. Let's be real here, if I got canceled and this accusation wasn't serious enough, and the accusation isn't, like, a really serious, deep topic, I would be eating popcorn at my own drama. Because I'm kind of a masochist like that. Let me see. Interesting, when I K through 12 school, most girls did act stereotypically. Okay. Not all of them, but most. Exactly. It depends. Pretty much the series was just about breaking up stereotypes. And so, like, it's not the fact that Tom can't do, like, good videos, but at the same time, when he does a bad one, it can sometimes be very bad. But it's also because I know the anime community, and it's like, oh yeah, and like, one of them is, like, he cited Lolicon, like, as a bad, like, obviously, he was a lolicon. These signs should have been out there, and I'm like, my guy, if that... Listen to me when I say this. For any new viewers out here, I am not a lolicon. I think lolicons are weird, and if you lewd lollies, I'm just gonna call it out there. That's kind of weird, bro. Lollies are cute. Lewding them is not cute. There's a reason why the whole do not lewd the lolly movement happened and is way more effective than anything antis have done. That being said, I do not believe correlation does correlation, because if that was the case, that means the furry community should be as painfully as ostracized as it is, because there's no reason why the furry community gets as many people called out as they do. Stereotypes are often based on reality, but are exaggerated. Yeah, pretty much. That was pretty much what the series was. It was breaking down, like, stereotypes. I know I, like, went on that rant. Forgive me, I gotta make that clear, because let's be real here. I do not hate people who identify as lolicons, but I will have to admit, do think you're kind of weird, bro. I gotta give that distinction. Like a good character, like a good example would be like No Game No Life. Love No Game No Life. Always loved No Game No Life since it first came out. What they do with Shiro is very weird, and I will always stand by that. To me, that is very weird. Mostly because she's like 11. Only because like Shiro's care, like, what is it? It's one thing if like a lolly is like 1,000-year-old and they act childish, because let's be real here, with the amount of people on Twitter nowadays, you'd think like adults don't act like that. The amount of people on Twitter have like proven me otherwise, that adults definitely, absolutely act like that. But at the same time, it's like, if the character is like an actual child, I'm gonna actually kind of look sus at you, bro. What is it? People will denounce lolly looting stuff while also supporting the people I dislike. Yeah, are people I dislike. Pretty much. My problem with, like, if somebody actually goes to jail because, like, here's the thing. If it's illegal in your country, don't do it. That's pretty much just what it is. If it's not legal, don't do it. The problem is, though, is that you have so many people who are like, this is so weird, bro, this is so weird. And then the person who says it's weird gets exposed as a real creep. And I'm just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can stand up against it, but why are so many of you getting exposed for being creeps? Actual creeps to children. That's what is it? Like, even this year, like, 3 people... minus the whole, like, situation, like, what's going on right now with, like, Quiet and stuff, most of the people here, like, what is it, like, there was one girl, like, at the beginning of the year, she and her girlfriend got exposed for being creeps to children, for, like, okay, the situation isn't funny, but the way that, like, they explained it was so funny, and then, like, another person then got exposed for being a creep, and then some people tried to go after Hirohei, and then they got exposed for being actual creeps last year. And it's like, my guy, it is so easy. It is so easy to not, like, here's the thing. You're gonna encounter a child on the internet, let's be real here, because you got some people who just don't say their age because, like, that's the smart thing to do on this online space most of the time. Unless you're exposing, like, creepy behavior and stuff like that. But, like, for the most part, people aren't going to say their age. So, like, some people... So if you don't know somebody's age until they tell you, that doesn't make you a creep. It just means you didn't know their age. And so, like, that's one thing. But if you're actively, like, going forward, like, just stop. Stop! Why are so many of you being exposed, being around children? Why? Why? Oh, the people who attack the hardest are doing it because they're trying to hide something. I only partially agree with that. Some people, like, what is it? Some people, like, because I want to get, like, all perspectives in the side of, like, the community. Like, you got one guy who was like, I don't like lollies because they genuinely weird me out, and it's kind of weird and stuff like that. You got some people who are, like, trying to be like, it's not normal in Japan and stuff like that. Like, let's be real here. It's normalized in some things. Just don't be in an echo chamber and be like, such and such, something, you're a creep. Because it's gonna bite you the moment you do something wrong. Just don't. What is it? 86 of the time. 86% of the time. Pretty much. Like, what is it? What one creator? Like, what is it? I'm pretty sure I bookmarked it. There's an archive. There's a literal archive of like over 60 people. Of over 60 people who have harassed children, were arrested because of children. One of them was included in one of them was like the UN. People who have exploited children, and people who, and I don't know why, but found explicit images of children and tried to prove to other people that they were. Like, Creepshow Art. And how she grabbed images to try and get somebody. She pulled, what is it, her and a separate news reporter found images and was like, we were trying to prove that the person was a creep. And I'm just like, where did you get these pictures? Where did you get these pictures? Why do you have these pictures? And it's like, oh, I did it to prove to you a creep. I'm going to call the police because that means you know and you didn't report this. And the fact that you have them on your hard drive to prove to other people. That's weird, bro. That's weird. That's beyond weird. Did you know that it's weird? That's creepy and weird. That is creepy and weird. It will always be creepy and weird. And anybody who says otherwise, you're on my list. I only ever got approached once by a creep when I was a kid. I live in a good area, I think. Yeah, pretty much. What is it? You're gonna encounter like at least one creep in your life. I've told everybody that story, like my college story. That was, I never encountered that guy again, thankfully. But that's also because, like, what? I don't even know. I just avoid the dude at all costs now. I don't know where he is. Hopefully he didn't get kicked. Highly doubt he got kicked, but at the same time, don't come near me again. I scared the creep away, so it was fine. Yeah, pretty much. What is it? You got, like, some kids who are, like... Who like, even, like, some creeps will be like, high risk. High risk. High risk, very, very low reward. You just got some people out there. Why are some people... Music Boy, please answer me. Why are people so stupid? We encounter stupid people in this world every day. But we can't escape it. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was saying earlier. Okay, so I should say this also. If you are a newcomer coming into my community, I have nothing against furries. I'm not like some people who are like, furries are the abomination of the earth, and I want them extinct, yada yada yada. I will not say stuff like that, except unless we're like joking and stuff like that. I still think it's weird, but like at the same time, you do, bro. Like, let's be real here. We've all got that weird thing we have. We all got that weird thing we have. And that being said, just don't be a hypocrite. Don't be a hypocrite. The moment, like, just as long as you're not being a hypocrite, I won't immediately call you out. Like, what is it? Like last year someone made a whole thread about why they were like, here's why monsters are okay but lollies are not, and everybody just blasted the guy. It was sad to watch. To be honest, only realized he was a creep later, but he got scared after I asked him how much blood can a person... Often asked people random questions as a kid. Yeah, I would run away too, because let's be real here, that sounds like a serial killer plot. It sounds like a serial killer plot, bro. It's like, I see, Children of the Corn. I've not seen that movie, but it sounds like something from there. Some people just don't get it. I just don't understand some people. Everybody ready for that Mario movie, guys? We're ready for that Mario movie. Just as long as you ain't being a weirdo to kids, you're not on my list. You're not on my list. That's pretty much just how it is. Don't be weirdo to children, you won't be on my list. Not gonna lie though, what is it? Like this whole thing that's been happening all year. Just from this month alone, I'm kind of just like getting like so paranoid by this. Not paranoid, but definitely I'm like, time to backlog and save every conversation with every person that I've ever encountered, because apparently people can't stop accusing people of things and whatnot. Is it worth it? I guess so, because apparently people gotta prove their innocence on this platform from a deepfake. I have been told from young... Wait, is it? Well, I was not carrying any large knife or anything, so don't think I that's scary. I have been told from a young age I look like a serial killer. Not sure it's a compliment. Not gonna lie, I would be kind of sus. I'm like... Well, Music Boy, you're kicked from my community because you got that energy. You got serial killer energy. I would prefer not to be a part of the true crime investigation in the future, so, therefore, I denounce thee today. To be honest, I never killed anyone or even tried to kill anybody. Let's be I mean, like, you wouldn't want to. That'd be pretty good. You're not. Because you're a normal human being. You turned more into a nerdy. You turned more into a nerdy programmer than an actual serial killer. We're finally getting this jacket together. One of these days, I'm going to be professional. Like that's ever gonna happen. Man, if anything, I'm so happy. I know, like, we went on a whole rant of, like, everything. You know what? I actually want to talk about it, because that video was so bad and so funny because of how bad it was. I'm talking about the Just Stop Daft Penis stuff. Because that, my friends, was a whole nother level of funny. But I look like a serial killer. I was first told this in elementary school. Yeesh. Now that's something I definitely wouldn't tell anybody as a kid. Yeesh. Let's see. Other kids and some teachers told me. All I'm saying is please don't tell kids and people that, because they're gonna get the wrong idea. Kids are impressionable. They might actually act upon it. Always be careful. Never tell people and stuff like that. You have like no idea. Not you, Music Boy. I'm just like, I don't understand people who like do stuff like that. It's like, bro, if you tell them that, they might act it. Or they might get into their head. Kids are like it'd be one, like, adults are not super impressionable unless they're like that weak. Or they just, or not weak, but more like kind of weak-minded, weak-willed, more of a follower than a leader. But like kids are like a whole nother like conversation. They actually are genuinely like impressionable like that. Just don't say stuff like that to kids. See, to be honest, at the time, I thought it meant somebody who kills people when they run out of breakfast cereal. Yeah, that sounds about right. What is it, man? Now you just brought me back to a time. I remember, like, when I was younger, I would like sit with my mom and dad, and we would like watch Law and Order. Law and Order is like cool. Should somebody in 3rd grade be watching Law and Order? No. But Law and Order and Scooby-Doo were my true crime back then. So I always replayed, but I don't like cereal. Replied, I don't like cereal. Dang. That always happens. Listen, that's just how it be. Sometimes you just don't like cereal. Wait, is it? Oh, okay. I put the buttons on the wrong side. Now I know it was because I did not show emotion, never smiled, so on. Dang. Hold on real quick, guys. I almost want to wrap up. Let me finish these sleeves first, and then we'll, like, wrap up for the day. I'm impressed with my jacket capabilities. I like the way this looks. What is it? I remember, like, when I was younger, I would kind of be I used to kind of be upset about it, like, how I kind of didn't, I tried to be as positive, I'm still kind of positive, I try to be as positive as possible, but, like, at the same time, I didn't realize for a long time people thought I wasn't smiling. I always smile, but, like, my smile is barely visible. Like, I notice it. I look in the mirror sometimes and I'll be like, I'm smiling, aren't I? And, like, other people obviously can't see, and they're like, what is it? My frown and my smile, I guess, if I can say it like that, they're kind of indistinguishable. It happens. finish this up, the top jacket and stuff like that. Alright, tomorrow I might stream. I most likely probably won't because I will be busy finishing up the last of these tests for my stuff. And then at the end of high school, I was told that there had been a competition to make me smile over the past 4 years. I felt bad because that meant I made it so everyone lost and they spent 4 years with no winner. That's on them. That's on them. Alright. I guess since I'm like finishing these sleeves up real quick, bro, I gotta say, this whole, okay, I mentioned it just briefly. I gotta talk about it. It was so, obviously it shouldn't have happened in the first place, but the whole, like, so I'd have to, like, rush you up to speed. So there's this YouTuber, their name was Ellis Mark, and what ended up happening was that, he was in a relationship with this girl named Veronica, and what happened was that, somebody made a video. Their username was Just Stop. Just Stop, a popular animation YouTuber, made a video pretty much just exposing their marriage and to the entirety of the internet. But the video was very bad and disingenuous. Oh yeah, and the fact that he exposed their marriage. He exposed their marriage. And so what happened was that they were like, this is a bad video. And he was like, after a whole podcast, he was like, yeah, this is kind of a bad video. And so he deleted it. And so they were like, this script doesn't feel like something you would write. And they were like, well, you see, there was this guy named Daft Pina. And so Daft Pina, I actually used to watch him. Daft Pina was a YouTuber Daft Pina is a YouTuber who's basically known for his not drama videos, but definitely in-depth documentary video style type videos exposing people. His biggest exposed video was the whole Cosmodore incident, and obviously that put him on the map because, like, Cosmodore was like a really big deal. We're not getting in the Cosmodore thing. Everybody was disappointed. Everybody was disappointed with that one. Everybody. Just everybody. What is it? I just naturally don't show myself. No clue who that is. Yeah, pretty much it was a whole don't mess with kids situation. Again. Stop interacting. Not even interacting. Just, if you have no good intentions around children, stop talking to them. Stop talking to them. That's pretty much just what it boils down to. Like, stop it. Just stop. They're children. Please. And so basically what ended up happening was, that everybody found he has a kind of a bad reputation because he made a video on Jaden Animations being like, oh, her face reveal video is fake. And everybody was kind of like, So we didn't forget that, and we're holding grudges. And so, obviously, it was 5 years ago. Nobody wants to hold, obviously nobody wants to, keep holding somebody accountable. Obviously, you have your haters and stuff like that. But what happened was that he didn't stop making videos like that because he made a whole hit piece on why James from The Odd Ones Out is racist. And everybody was kind of just like, Like, at first it was valid criticism, like, oh, James, your board game's kind of hypocritical because you don't like mobile ads, but your game is kind of scammy mobile ad thing. And so then people were like, and he was like, oh, you know what? Okay. So then he made a whole hit piece video. All 3 hit piece videos. Almost 4 of them. And and pretty much it was just a garbage fest. So then people found out that he made the script because he already has bad reputation. There's no reason why Just Stop would make the script. And so then everybody defended themselves, and so Daft finally came out with his video because he said, I would respond in a month despite the fact that everybody's looking at you right now. And yeah, it was the worst response video ever because he didn't address anything. Not on his end. He was just like, what? You know, one of the reasons why the video was made in the first place. Can I actually be real with you guys? Do you know why the video was made in the first place? That video on Just Stop's channel, before it was taken down, before it was deleted, do you know why that video was taken down? Can I be absolutely honest with you? It's because years ago, when Daft tried to befriend the girlfriend of the YouTuber that made the video, I can think of worse response videos. Oh no. Here's obviously we couldn't miss the interpretive dance video. We can't misremember the interpretive dance apology video. I was young. I didn't know. Nothing. Yeah, that one. Okay, the reason why I say this was a bad response video is because Daft literally got 2 people to back him up pretty much in the video. One of them didn't even have anything to do with the situation in the first place. I was thinking of that one. Yeah. Like, one of them didn't have anything to do with the situation in the first place. He had something to do involving a different incident. But the problem was, though, is he was like, I never saw that video. I never watched that video. I never saw the scripts. I never saw the drafts. I never saw anything. But if I could have, I would have. I'm like, why are you in this video? Why the heck are you in this video? You don't add anything. You added something regarding this incident that shouldn't be in this video in the first place because this is Daft. This is Daft making a video to. He should have apologized. Mind you, this video is 55 minutes and there was not a single apology. That video was a 55-minute plus non-apology. He was like, well, you see, I'm not... Chat, Music Boy. Do you know why he made this video about why that dude's girl, the girl in the marriage was popular? I mean, the world that he made the video on the girl in the marriage. You know why he made the video, and why he was mad at her for all these years? It's because she called him a cuck. He also said he wanted her. She called him a cuck when making fun of him with a bunch of other friends kikiing in a private Discord server, and the only reason why he found out was because one of the people in the Discord server was no longer friends with them, and so they ran to Daft and was like, oh, they called you that, and he didn't show anything. Apparently he had evidence. He had evidence of the cuck thing, but he didn't have evidence of the fact that, like, she was, like, calling him racial slurs. But, like, at the same time, it would have been good to show you. Not only that, he lies in the video anyway, because I ended up, like, writing a whole post being like, here's why Daft Penis video sucks. Your video sucks, bro. Your video sucks. This dude shouldn't be in your video. The other guy in the video pretty much exposed Daft, and the only reason why it made it into the video is because the dude demanded that his section, when put into the video, not be edited. Mind you, the argument that everybody had in the video wasn't... Here's the argument that is so stupid that everybody pointed out. The problem wasn't the fact that the video shouldn't have gone out on time, or the video should have been delayed, or the video shouldn't be reworked. It's the fact that you made the video in the first place. You made the video in the first place. This is one of the worst videos on YouTube. This is one of the worst YouTube videos I have ever had the pleasure of seeing. I never saw the video because it didn't even last a day. I found out because one of the YouTubers I watched, Bored Oranges, talked about it. And he was like, yeah, he manipulated his friend into making a whole video. Everybody knows that video is one of Daft's worst videos. It was one of the worst videos. And he said that, he's like, oh, I'm sorry guys, I'm moving out of drama. People aren't my friends and they're backstabbing me. And it's like, I wonder why. I wonder why. And even then, if you leave this if you leave the commentary community, because he's a part of the commentary community, and you know how the commentary community, despite being a drama place, can't seem to, some of their big actors can't avoid drama. I'm like, my dude, just because you leave the drama community doesn't make any of the criticisms invalid. You expose someone's marriage because they're... Some people are gonna be like, bro, you're so heated about this. Of course I'm heated about... I'm like, heating, malding. It was so funny. Because of how stupid it was. It was so funny because of how stupid it was. The whole controversy was stupid. Everyone was stupid. Except for the people who were like, it doesn't matter about the fact that you were like, I wanted the video to like not be rushed out. It's the fact that the video was made in the first place. Sometimes I look in the mirror and I ask myself, why are some people stupid? Stupid people that can't take a hint. Stupid people who don't understand why they're stupid in the first place. Because this whole drama could have been avoided if someone literally looked at the video and was like, what, Kendra, you're way more calm than some of the other art streamers who do just chatting than I know. Really? Am I really all that calm? Not gonna lie, can I actually like reveal to you guys, at one point I actually considered joining the commentary community, not gonna lie. Because I like doing research and all that stuff, but it's like too high maintenance there. You have to run so many background checks with so many people. Now, obviously, if a controversy came up, they would like be the first people I go to. But like being a commentary YouTuber myself, nah, I don't want to be a commentary YouTuber. I was considering it. I considered it for a time. It was during the time. I've considered it, but what made me change my mind was, the Daft Pina situation that happened just recently kind of solidified it. But, it was also, like, all the Creepshow art drama, the Prison Maid Luke drama, just the whole Hopeless Peaches drama, which is kind of funny because I found her, like, literally months before, thought her channel was alright, moved on. I come back and everybody's like, the Hopeless Peaches drama. I'm like, the Hopeless what drama? Lots of commentary communities have people who help with the research. Yeah, pretty much. But I want to, like, kind of make my own thing. Not only that, like, not gonna lie, one of them, I'm not gonna say the name of one of them, let's be real here, one of them I don't want to cross the paths of. Not because, like, they're like, oh, they're like this big bad YouTuber, but number one, genuinely I want to do right on this platform, and I'm like, I don't want to end up on, like, the Senate. That's your only hint. I don't want to end up on the Senate. The Senate's scary. The Senate there is scary. Because they deal with a lot of people getting exposed for, like, some stuff that's petty, but, like, some stuff that's, like, genuinely very serious. And I don't want to be there because I will cry. Because, like, they don't, Keem? No, not Keem. Keem's a gnome. And not even that, like, with Keemstar, you can, here's the thing. At the end of the day, as long as you don't do something that's, like, genuinely, like, oh, I don't know, criminal activity and illegal, Keem is, like, someone who is, like... Keem is, like, a bro. And you can clearly tell Keem is supposed to be, like, a bro. I'm mostly talking about a certain lion commentary YouTuber, and I'm gonna leave it at that, who... The reason why he's no nonsense is because he's a lot older and he's dealing with some really serious stuff because he's trying to, like, help and protect children. The thing is, though, is that the moment you step out of line, and you know you stepped out of line, it's like you feel all the fear run down your body, because he has connections. He has connections. He knows what he's doing. So I don't want to be on the other end of that, because I know that if I was on the other end of that, I will cry. Yeah, no clue who you're referring to. Some people, from what I mentioned, the Senate and a specific Lion commentary YouTuber, he's not really commentary based, but like some people who will probably watch the VOD in the future will like know who I'm talking about. They'll know who I'm talking about, because he's not a bad guy. He's not a bad guy at all. It's just that he takes his job very seriously. And if you genuinely put people on the line, he's obviously going to be mad, and understandably mad. You put people on the line and you lost their credibility, because they're dealing with genuinely serious and heinous people out there. And the problem is, though, is like for someone like me, I would not be able to like handle it, because like he is very authoritative in like a really good way. And I'm like, I know good and well I wouldn't be able to handle stuff like that. And it's good that he's like that. I just can't handle something like that. Oh man, I finally was able to talk with you guys after so long. I know good and well people are gonna probably stare at this VOD and be like, this chick is crazy. Yeah, I am crazy. And I love myself for it. Nah, but I meant what I said. Keem's a gnome. That day that meme was so funny. I'm never gonna let that thing die. Keem's a gnome. He's a known gnome, and we all will keep him a gnome. Listen, when it comes to stuff like that, I try my best not to be toxic. I am not a toxic individual. I have the capability of being toxic. And I mean, crazy people, they not bad, just never give a crazy person a blade, pretty much. Oh boy. Not gonna lie, I was actually kind of thinking of doing a karaoke, but I gotta prepare like if I like do karaoke in the future, I gotta prepare. I want to prepare my best. I like looked at the thing and I was like, wait a minute, did I have the alarm off the whole time? I mean, not the alarm, the music off the whole time. I always have to like check back, because sometimes I think I have it on, but sometimes I don't. Not all the time, but you never know, like that fear. Alright. Yeah, but hey, what can you do? Just don't be dumb and crazy, and I don't understand people. I'm not gonna lie. I just don't understand. Some people, right? Not just drama, really kind of just, I don't know. It's entertaining, though. Yeah, but I will say though, like I said, anybody who makes it this far in the VOD, I try not to talk like this. I try not to be like all like kiki and haha and all this stuff. I'm not making fun of anybody. I have no ill will towards anybody in this community. I have no ill will. Commentary, VTuber, whatnot, or whatever. It's just us kiki and laughing and doing all this stupid stuff. My opinion is no more important than Sally's opinion down the road. Just as long as you're doing right. Pretty much, it just kind of boils down to, like, just do right, be kind, be nice to people. I know obviously some people abuse that, then handle it the way you know how to handle it best. And then after that, I guess, I don't know. Do your best with what you can do. That's all I can say. Just treat people how you want to be treated. There'll probably be like some commentary channels like thumbnail being like, haha, hee hee. I'm the devil's spawn because I talked about someone's favorite VTuber. Well, I'm not big enough for that. Probably in the future though. But those people don't matter. Nobody matters anymore. Weird, huh? You kind of just stop caring after a while, I guess. Weird. Not weird. Too weird, I guess. There we go, there's the jacket, and don't worry guys, when we start doing Let's Plays, we'll have actual normal conversations. Whatever. Well, we'll have normal conversations, normal people stuff. We'll do things that normal streamers do. Like milk drinking contests. Are you sure about that? Hey, in this world of streaming, in this world really, period, is there anything that's normal anymore? Let's kiki and keep laughing all until the end, guys. I don't plan on retiring anytime soon. Just as long as we have fun, do our best, and keep being our best. Am I right? Yeah. Let's see. I don't know how to drop hands. Is it that obvious? We'll probably like, what is it? There's like I've talked about it obviously on this channel. We'll be doing so much stuff I really want to do with you guys. Like, what? Reading. Hope maybe something not so boring this time around. Reading. Just playing games. One of the things that I was really excited about, like, one thing that I'm always excited about doing with you guys is, like, doing, like, gameplay. Because I really, really, really want to do gameplay videos with you guys. Phew. It's, like, hot where I am. What did I say again? What did I say I wanted to do? I wanted to sing with you guys. I wanted to play games with you guys. I want to program with you guys. Kendra, I think if you try to play games on your computer, it might detonate. How did you know? That's definitely a guarantee, isn't that right? Not gonna lie, this came out pretty well. Next to everybody else, he looks pretty cool. Trust me, I've avoided playing games on this PC. One thing I want to do? Man, there's like so many. I know like I gotta push it back for a while, but there were so many games I wanted to play with you guys this year. And then last year. And the year before. But hey, what can you do? What can you do? I'd rather be able to not play games and still have fun with you guys, laughing and stuff like this. Even if we can't play anything. I definitely think if I wanted to, we could totally do a karaoke. But that's a ways away a little bit. Not because I can't, because that also goes into the new setup, because I want to practice live 2D with a new setup, so it's not stuttering and stuff, because if it's anything like Premiere Pro, it's gonna be trash. It's gonna be trash to try and operate on there. Like modulating everything, it's gonna be trash. It's not bad, but it's not good. Let's see. Alright. Kiki and haha. Kiki. Alright. Almost done. We're getting hands and everything in order. His hat. His face got smaller, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right, because we didn't have the thing yet. I didn't have his new character design yet at the time, so I kind of had to. Let's see, let's see. His head is decently big, but his eyes are smaller because he is growing up. Therefore, in regards to his eyes should be shrunken. Growth a little bit. Well, definitely wider eyes. Man. The good news is, though, is I didn't tweet about it, actually. I totally forgot to. I was able to get Return to Dreamland Deluxe, and it's just sitting, pretty much it's just gone to the abyss, where all my other games have gone that I can't play but want to play. Which is in my little shelf thing. Pretty much all my games are now being backlogged. Anything I can get my hands on physically is getting backlogged to my little storage closet. And then that's about it. So I can't wait to play it. I keep hearing people are like having really good things to say about it. I'm like, yes, it's just as like as I remember, because Return to Dreamland is really fun. It's more fun to play with friends. I know this. I played it with my own family, and we had a blast. It's so much fun. And I know you guys, the moment I am able to like jimmy rig it to play with everybody, we're all gonna have so much fun with the game. I love that game. It's my child. It's really, what is it? Kirby's Return to Dreamland was my second Kirby game. So when the remake was announced, I was like over the moon, like seriously vouching for the game, because the game is very good. If you've played the game, you know that the game is good. If you've played the original, you know the game is good. I think DDD's model is kind of still weird, though. Still DDD. Still DDD. Still DDD, but DDD, ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Man, but if there's one game that I definitely want to play with you guys, because like I know they remade it, but it's not a good remake. Let's be real here. Kirby's Epic Yarn. We are going to play Kirby's Epic Yarn, but I want that one to, I'm not sure how to go about it, because that one's also really fun with friends, but the problem is, though, is that it's a 2-player game. And I do mean it when I say that the remake is not good. It's on 3D. Number one, it's on 3DS. Number two, the whole fun of the game is that Kirby doesn't have copy abilities, and so they gave him copy abilities. And despite the game being 2-player, they removed the 2-player. And to that I say, patooey. Like I said, Kirby does not have bad games, only mediocre ones. But even then, I have to retract my statement, because that is a bad Kirby game. That is the only type of bad Kirby game. And it's like, well, it's not that bad, and it's like, can I play it on my Switch? No, you can play it on your 3DS, but is it my Switch? And is it 2-player? if you can't tell, I'm not a very big fan of the Kirby's Epic Yarn remake. Just a small tidbit out there. If you didn't know, now you know. I am very serious. And Nintendo wonder why people like emulators. The thing is, though, is that it wasn't even Nintendo. It was HAL. It was HAL. And HAL usually makes good games. But the thing is, because this one is like I guess a different studio did it. And because, you know, the 3DS is on its way out, like, they did it, but, like, it's one of their worst ones. It's one of their worst ones. And HAL doesn't make them any bad games. So it was shocking that this one was kind of bad. Because HAL, like, loves Kirby, and you can tell that they do like it, because they gave, like, they gave extra modes, and they did stuff with it, but it's stuck on the 3DS! When the 3DS was on its way out! It's like, what? Why? Unfortunately, that's just how it is sometimes. Sometimes, guys. Sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes it's just... Have you ever had a dream that's... have you ever had a dream? Have you ever had a dream? Have you ever had a dream where you worm? Have you ever had a dream where you worm? We will though, for like Kirby's Epic Yarn specifically, we will absolutely connect some waffles together for that. We will absolutely, because I ain't playing that on the 3DS. Game's not fun on the 3DS. I want to play it with my Wiimote, which I'm actually in the process of trying to get a Wiimote. Thankfully, they still have a lot of backlogs from when the Wii U was a thing. So I can go find my... And I better hurry up, too, before, like, they're all, like, gone from existence. I was trying to get one with this rock candy nunchuck, because back then, I remember rock candy nunchucks would always be on the shelves at, like, GameStop and stuff. And now that, and I thought they were cool, but I thought they were kind of lame. And then as I got older, I was kind of like, I still kind of think they're lame, but, like, I still want one for the novelty. And then turns out it got sold to somebody else because I waited too long. I've been like getting like all the way back into Millie again. Millie is such a good band. I love Millie. I love Millie. Millie is such a good band. I highly recommend them if anybody's like wondering. They did the opening theme for Lobotomy Corporation. I haven't played the game. We most likely won't ever play the game because I'm a chicken. They did the opening theme for Lobotomy Corporation. They did the theme for Lovetown. And if you know Lovetown, you know good and well that all good things happen in Lovetown. All that type of stuff. I love their music. I think like I'm obsessed with Ocean Baby. It's such a weird name. The way they write their songs is so weird, but it's like in a weird, good kind of way, and I love that. I love that so much. Let's see. Nothing was more hilarious than when I told my mom I was getting into game development, and we were talking about copyright and stuff like that, and so she didn't understand, oh, it doesn't work like that. So I had to keep explaining to her. She was like, why don't you make a sprite and call it a sprit? And I'm like, that's not how that works, Mom. So we were talking about, like, copyright and trying to, like, own intellectual properties, and it was just there was an attempt. It's still funny now. It's still funny even now, but, like, at the same time, it was just like, oh my gosh. It's still funny. I still think it's funny. I held nothing against her. It was just a very funny way to explain at the time. It's like, you can't do that. That would be stealing. Oh, man. I think also it kind of had to do with, like, me kind of poorly explaining it also at the time. I wouldn't be surprised. I, like, sometimes poorly explain stuff way too much sometimes. Where I try my best to explain, but then it kind of just comes off like, what are you talking about? Let's see. We're finally almost finished with this hat. How about that? Oh yeah, if you couldn't tell, I tweeted about it last time. If you couldn't tell by the direction of this stream, if you can't tell why, not sure if anybody caught what I said last time when I tweeted about it. If you couldn't tell, that's kind of why I tweeted, hey guys, I've recovered from being terminally online. Not sure if anybody caught that. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't. Listen, we're all terminally online at the end of the day. At the end of the day, we're all terminal. We're all terminally terminal. I did. Yeah. I have been terminally online. I have been greatly invested in all that has gone on. If you couldn't tell from the way the direction of this stream went, it was too entertaining not to fail. Reality TV can't replicate this, guys. TV can't replicate this. You think I was going to miss this? Now, I understand the drama of others is not something you should be reveling in, but if I have to be really honest with you, depending on the severity of my own drama, if I ever encountered it in the future, I would kind of eat popcorn at my own drama, because I'm like, man, what's she gonna do right now? And it's like, oh wait, that's me. Not gonna lie, I would kind of pass off my own drama. Not because I don't care, depending on like I said, depending on the severity of the accusations. But like, let's be real here. If it's a snooze fest of a drama, I would kind of just ignore it. It's like, what'd I do? I said pee pee poo poo. Oh. Well, that was boring. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. I'm not lying. Listen, I am the trolling type. I just never had the ability to troll yet. Hopefully this looks right. I don't know. It doesn't look right. Well, we'll fix it eventually. Alright. I'll probably fix it, like, behind the scenes. Let's see. Alright, the hat's alright. I gotta fix the lining and all that type of stuff, but hey. It's a work in progress. Alright, let's just, I guess, scale it back kind of a little bit. Alright, there we go. We didn't get the hands done or the book done, but I can do those probably tomorrow or on my own. And so, enough crazy talk for this stream. We will have our crazy talks again and spurge out and rat a lot in the future, as we always do. Let's increase the size of this bow tie and then we'll call it a night. So after that, that's pretty much just about it. Alright, and that's about it. Almost done. And looks pretty great too. Let's see, let's remove this. And then scale them up a little bit. I was getting this guy's pose. I was getting Luke's pose down so many times. I'm finally glad that I got it done. So tomorrow, I'm not sure if we'll meet. I'll probably be busy, but if not and I have time, we'll come back and get together to do more of the thumbnail. And trust me, we still have some thumbnails to get through. Oh boy, do we have some thumbnails to get through. Where is it? Where actually is there like some thumbnails still? Let me see. Yeah, here we go. We'll probably be working on this thumbnail. If you couldn't tell, this is the VOD thumbnail for my homework saga and any other homework sagas we do in the future. Nice. Yes, it's beautiful. It's amazing. I love homework. I love it, guys. See? Look at me. I'm smiling. Ignore the dead leaf. Look, me and homework are like that. We're like that, guys. Look. We're so happy. We're so happy. Not gonna lie though, I'm actually getting really good at drawing my chibi version of my avatar. You look asleep. I look dead. I'm trying to make it look more kind of like, I'll definitely edit some of it still. I still gotta edit some of it to make it look like I'm suffering in pain. But, yeah, that's pretty much just about it. So, we've got Luke down, finally. And then, afterwards, we'll just, I don't know, work on thumbnail stuff. More thumbnail stuff. I'm just finally done to get that reading done. That being said, I still get a couple of tests to do, so if I don't see you tomorrow, it's because I'm doing homework still. Just as long as the reading and the discussions are done and we finally put our final grades in. So, see you guys tomorrow, and who shall we raid tonight? Like I told you, I said I was obsessed with Ocean Baby. I've been obsessed with Ocean Baby for a very long time. Ooh, Clavio is doing a blind Resident Evil run. I've never played Resident Evil myself, but you guys will probably like it. Yeah. So let's raid Clavio with let's see. I don't even know. What else? What let's go with let's see. Quabits. We're gonna do it Quabits. Quabits stream. It's gonna be a Quabit stream, guys. Quabit raid. Quabits. Let's see. Alright, let's select. Copy. Let's go. Quabits raid, everybody. Quabits raid. Quabits. People are gonna be like, what? Paste. I'm doing it. Quabits raid. Select. Paste. Nope. Paste. Quabit raid. It's coming, guys. It's coming along. It's coming along eventually. It's coming along. It's taking a bit, but it's there. Why did I make this raid so long? You know what? Who cares? I'm just gonna copy and paste. How are we raiding? Copy. Yeah! We're raiding, but I just realized that the reason why it kept saying that I don't see raid count yet. I haven't started. I'm trying to grab all the I'm trying to send the message. Why does it keep doing that Quabit reindeer raid? What? It just copy and pasted everything. I guess that's it. Messed up Quabits raid. Everybody. Messed up Quabits raid. Nest of Quabbits raid, I guess. It looks so bad. It looks so bad. Whatever. Let's just select paste. What is going on? It just keeps undo. Undo. Quabbits. Copy. Let's see. Sends Kendra instructions on how to use computer. Leave me alone. It sucks. There we go. Stop looking up stuff. Alright, okay. Now we have our raid message. Alright. Don't worry, they're new big streamers who don't know how to send their own wants. Don't worry, there are a few big streamers who don't know how to start their own wand raid. Yeah, it happens. Alright, everybody. I'll see you guys around. Thank you for coming. I had so much fun. We finally got done. May we not have to read anymore this semester. They always have head mod do it. Sounds about right to me. At least the mod can get things done. Bye, everybody.